Hello, welcome back to day 2 of the EY Blockchain Summit. I'm Paul Brody. I'm here with my colleague Konstantin Nikolaev. We've got a pretty cool program for you today. I did this morning do what I always do after one of our day 1 of the Blockchain Summit, which is I check to make sure that I'm still the global blockchain leader. And I was able to log into my email. So whatever I did yesterday did not upset too many of the right people. So we have an excellent program for you today. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Konstantin, who's going to tell you what's on the agenda. Konstantin, over to you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the day 2 of EY Global Blockchain Summit 2023. We're going to be talking about supply chain and ESG today, and I will be your track leader for today. And we got a fantastic line up of speakers. And first, I'm going to cover a little bit of housekeeping details. So throughout today's sessions, you're encouraged to engage with our speakers using the Q&A button on your screen. So we will address as many questions as we can during the Q&A session after each presentation.
They do need to be relevant questions. We are not taking existential or those type of questions. They have to be questions around ESG, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, and remember, there are no silly questions. There are silly answers, but we promise not to provide such. Should you encounter any technical issues, please use the chat box in the bottom right-hand corner on the screen, and the dedicated team is here to help. And lastly, we're offering CPA credits for those who need them for most of the this year's summit sessions. To qualify, just please participate in all polls appearing on your screen.
You'll have about 2 minutes to answer the question. It's like a multiple choice question, and that's kind of proof of engagement when you're looking online.
Sure. Now let's take a look at what we have in store for you today. We'll kick off the session on how blockchain can help combat greenwashing, including a demo of our new product, Opchain ESG. Next, we'll venture into the exciting world of permissionless supply chain. And after a short break, we'll introduce you to the power of smart contracts and automate your business.
And this is your product?
Yeah, this is my product. And,
no pressure, though. I'll be here, though.
Thanks. We'll then focus on fascinating case study around G360 DAO, discussing key considerations when setting up a DAO. And we will conclude with a keynote speech on blockchain for social good, exploring its role within the ESG ecosystem. All right, so let's
get started.
Get started with our first session today called Cutting Through Greenwashing Using Blockchain. And in the first part of the session, our colleague Sam Assad will introduce our new product, Opchain ESG, the innovative blockchain-based platform for carbon management.
Right, and you are hearing this first here because the press release is going out in just a few minutes. And I mean, no doubt you will read all about it on the front page of the New York Times tomorrow. But in the event that it's not covered extensively in the New York Times tomorrow, you can go ahead and read the press release, and you will know far more if you just stay tuned for the next segment.
Yeah, by way of introduction, Sam is a product owner at EY, passionate about creating innovative solutions for complex challenges such as climate change and supply chain traceability. He currently leads the development of Opchain ESG, a carbon management platform designed to securely share data and support verifiable carbon-neutral products and operations. And we are starting with the video from Sam.
Hello, everyone. I hope everybody is enjoying the summit so far. I'm Sam Azad. I am the product owner of the Opchain ESG product at EY. I'm very excited to launch our ESG product today and hope that you all are as excited as I am to learn about and see this product in action for the first time. In this next 20 to 25 minutes, we will cover 3 things. 1, setting the context. 2, introducing Opchain ESG. And lastly, demoing the product's capabilities. Before we dive into the thick of things, there are some essential terms you should familiarize yourself with, as they will come up later in the session. Let's start with ESG. So what is ESG? ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance. And It is essentially a framework that is used to evaluate companies based on their environmental impact, social responsibility, and corporate governance practices. Additionally, a token represents a unit of value or utility recorded on a blockchain. For example, a tokenized carbon credit could represent 1 ton of carbon dioxide that has been removed from the atmosphere. Finally, let's discuss emissions. The term simply refers to the release of substances, including gases such as carbon dioxide, into the atmosphere. There are 3 categories of emissions: Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. So let's quickly break down the categories of emissions further. Scope 1 emissions are direct emissions generated from sources owned or controlled by an enterprise. For instance, a transportation enterprise that owns and operates a fleet of vehicles generates emissions from the exhaust fumes. Scope 2 emissions are indirect emissions generated from the consumption of purchased electricity, heat, or steam. Now, these emissions come from sources that are not owned or controlled by the enterprise, but are part of the enterprise's value chain. A software enterprise purchasing electricity from a utility provider to power its data centers would be an example of this. And finally, Scope 3 emissions are indirect emissions generated from activities outside of an enterprise's direct control that are still related to the enterprise's operations. Now, these emissions can occur anywhere in the value chain, from the collection of raw materials to the use and disposal of the enterprise's products. Scope 3 emissions are usually the largest source of an enterprise's emissions, and it is extremely difficult to account for given that the data usually resides with external partners in complex supply chains. Now, let's set the context as to why we are here today and what exactly is the greater issue at hand. As most of us know, climate change is a critical issue facing our planet today, and it is having a significant impact, resulting in rising sea levels, extreme weather events, and food and water insecurity. This is where ESG comes into play. Investors are becoming more interested in investing in companies that positively impact the environment and society and demonstrate strong governance practices. On top of that, consumers are also demanding for sustainable and ethically sourced products and want to understand how companies are contributing to the betterment of society. And over the past few years, there has been a significant shift in regulatory landscape around climate change and ESG. Many countries have introduced their own climate change regulations, and the pressure is really growing for enterprises to comply with these regulations. In the United States, the SEC proposed a rule in March of last year which would require all public companies to disclose ESG information. The European Union has already adopted the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, or better known as CSRD, which will make all large enterprises in the EU, regardless of stock exchange listing, including large EU subsidiaries of non-EU enterprises, required to comply with the directive. This will be applicable for the FY24 annual reports. It is really not that far away when you think about it. Next, we turn to Asia, where India has mandated a directive called Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report, requiring top 1,000 listed enterprises by market cap to report upon ESG. Similarly, we're seeing ESG regulations in Singapore and also in Hong Kong. We think it is safe to say that these regulations could significantly impact the strategic direction and opportunities for many enterprises, and we really want to encourage enterprises to view these changes as an opportunity rather than just a compliance exercise. We believe that enterprises and people are inspired now more than ever to do the right thing, to collaborate, innovate, and accelerate towards a more sustainable future. So, as the demand for ESG reporting continues to grow, enterprises are facing a significant challenge in meeting evolving reporting standards. Net zero targets are under more public scrutiny than ever before. Transparency in sustainability practices is critical for consumers, business partners, and regulators. Yet, many enterprises struggle to accurately track and manage their carbon footprint. Why is that? Well, because global transparency standards are still evolving and real-time data collection and reporting is often siloed and manual. If we think back to what I had mentioned earlier on how difficult it is to track Scope 3 emissions due to complexities of supply chains and data sharing across the ecosystem, it is a huge challenge that we are looking at. So after speaking with clients and partners, we identified the three most important hurdles that we believe we can actually solve for. One, identifying and collecting relevant data points in adherence to evolving reporting standards. What exactly does that mean? So with different regulations and evolving standards, it can be difficult to clearly understand what data points need to be collected and reported. So there is a need for standardized data requirements. Number two, establishing a trusted, verifiable method for collecting, aggregating, and sharing emissions data across the entire product lifecycle and multiple entities. Essentially, a tool that can be easily trusted, validated, and facilitate data exchange is necessary due to the enormous size of some enterprises' supply chain ecosystems. This is critical when we talk about properly collecting and reporting on Scope 3 emissions, as that data sits with third-party partners, and having a trusted network to exchange it on is critical. Number three, proving the authenticity of carbon credits to verify decarbonization efforts and prevent greenwashing. Lots of big words right there. So, simply stated, the quality of the carbon credits must be proven to prevent greenwashing, which is essentially making unsubstantiated claims on an enterprise's sustainability practices and its products. You're not the only one who wonders at times if some of the products that we see out there making sustainability claims are actually true. And it must also be ensured that the credits are being retired properly and are not being used again. So, three main challenges, right? Standardized data requirements, a trusted method for collecting and sharing data across the ecosystem, and preventing greenwashing while managing your carbon footprint are the three biggest challenges that we have identified. Before we talk about the solution for these challenges, it is really important to keep in mind that we're not solving for all the challenges today that go with ESG reporting. But keep in mind that any real change happens one step at a time, even if that sounds a bit cliche. And we believe that our product, Option ESG, is that first step. So with that in mind, what is Option ESG? Option ESG is an API-first, trusted blockchain platform built with standardized data requirements that allows enterprises to tokenize and allocate emissions and carbon credits on the blockchain. Our product has three main benefits. One, increased transparency, and we do that by being able to track and report emissions data at the product level. Two, build trust, provide independently verifiable, immutable data based on standardized data requirements. EY contributed to the standard for an emissions token built by the Interwork Alliance, which is part of the Global Blockchain Business Council, in collaboration with other climate task forces, as well as leading enterprises in the sustainability space. And number three, reduce emissions. Offset emissions using verifiable carbon credits to support decarbonization and prevent greenwashing. The enabler for all this is the underlying blockchain technology. One of the guiding principles we have here at EY is that blockchains will do for business ecosystems what enterprise resource planning did for the enterprise. Detailed traceability allows tracking of emissions inventory and a better understanding of the impact of value chains in terms of carbon emissions. Blockchain offers several advantages for ESG data reporting and managing carbon footprint, making an ideal solution for transparent and verifiable data management. So what are these advantages? Let's talk about them. First, its decentralized nature ensures that ESG data is securely stored and easily accessible, eliminating the risk of data manipulation or loss. Second, the immutability of blockchain records provides an indisputable record of transactions, boosting trust and credibility among stakeholders. Third, the real-time, tamper-resistant reporting and transparent ledger enabled by blockchain facilitates seamless and secure sharing of critical information such as carbon emissions, and other sustainability metrics across the entire supply chain. Last but not least, the ability to integrate with other advanced tools such as IoT devices and AI can further streamline data collection and analysis, paving the way for more innovative and efficient solutions in sustainability and carbon management. Option ESG is specifically designed to help enterprises comply with regulatory requirements and identify opportunities to reduce their carbon footprint and improve their ESG practices. We truly believe that our product is a game changer for enterprises who are serious about addressing climate change and ESG issues. I think we have waited long enough now to see what it looks like. So with that, let's move on to the demo. I will show you how our product works in practice. A few disclaimers before we begin. Option ESG is an API product, and this demo is a representation of what the API endpoints can do with a user interface built on top of it. This demo is demonstrating one use case only. The data being used is simulated and not based on any real entities. Any resemblance to real-world entities is purely coincidental. I had to say that. First, let's log into my account to access the web application. Now, as you can see, my name on the top corner indicating that I'm logged in. During this demo, we will be using a simulated entity. We start by uploading a CSV file with details on the product batches produced by the entity. The data is then tokenized on the blockchain using our product API with unique token IDs for the product batches. And once that is complete, you can see the details available regarding the product batch, such as product ID, product name, quantity, manufacturing organization, whether it was a final product or not, manufacturing date, and the carbon neutrality status. Now, each product batch ID here represents a product token. Next, we move to the emissions page. Here, we will upload data on what we call the emission generating objects, which refers to the processes that generate greenhouse gas emissions. For example, a heating process used in the production of a final product can be referred to as an emission generating object. One emission generating object will likely have multiple data points housed under it. We upload the emission generating objects CSV file and tokenize each emission generating object on the blockchain using our emissions API. Now, once that is complete, you can see the data fields being reported on, such as the emission generating object name, the responsible organization, site ID, and site name. Now, we have to upload the underlying emissions for a specific emission generating object. To do this, we click on the View Emissions button. You can see the specific emission generating object ID for which we will upload the emissions caused by the specific emission generating object. We upload the CSV file for the emissions and tokenize the information on the blockchain using our emissions API once again, making sure that each emission is tokenized and allocated to its parent emission generating object. Here you can see the data we're collecting on the single emission token, which is, again, based on the standards built by the Interwork Alliance, such as the responsible enterprise for the emission, the quantity of the emission, which scope category it is, and whether it's third-party verified or not. Now, this list is not exhaustive, and there are more fields which comprise an emission token data standard. Next, we have to upload information on carbon credits, which can be used to offset emissions. We upload the CSV file that has the information on the carbon credits bought by the entity and tokenize each carbon credit on the blockchain using our carbon credits API. Now, you can see the carbon credits being listed here with details such as project name, credit issuer, quantity purchase, issuance date, remaining quantity, and whether it is third-party verified to ensure that the carbon credit is verified and authentic. Now, to build a carbon footprint for the enterprise at a product level, we need to allocate emissions to specific product batches based on the organization's business logic. Now, when I click on this Sync Offset Data button, we are calling the allocation API to complete the allocation of emissions to specific product batches. So essentially, the emissions that went into manufacturing that specific product batch. We can clearly see the total amount of emissions per product batch, giving us a product level emission footprint. Our next functionality is focused on the ability to offset emissions. For that, we click on the Offset Emissions button. We are presented with a list of available carbon credits that can be used to offset the product batch's total emissions. We select the first carbon credit listed here and apply the offset. Now, the carbon neutral status for the product batch changes to yes, and we can verify the transaction details such as the transaction hash, smart contract address, gas used, and the network on which the transaction took place. And if the transaction were to fail, the carbon neutral status would remain no. And we could see the details of the failed transaction as well as figure out what went wrong. Given that the transaction took place on the blockchain, it is easy to verify and trust the transaction and validate its authenticity to verify the carbon credits used and to prevent it from being used again. Once the carbon credit balance is zero, the carbon credit token is burned, and along with it, the ability to use that carbon credit. In summary, we are minting tokens to represent products, emissions, and carbon credits. Then we allocate emissions to products to generate a product level carbon footprint for the enterprise. Next, we can offset those emissions using carbon credits to meet net zero emission goals. And this is all done on the blockchain so that we leave an immutable record of transactions for all the stakeholders and exchange emission data securely. Each transaction builds on the previous transactions, so nothing is ever overridden or tampered with. Opschain ESG provides enterprises with a trusted and verifiable way to tokenize emissions and carbon credits to increase transparency and trust and reduce emissions. Before wrapping up, let's take a quick look at what's next on our product roadmap. First, we plan to integrate privacy features so that enterprises can conduct transactions without revealing any confidential information. This is going to be our biggest priority and is something we believe in fundamentally for our suite of blockchain enterprise products. Next, we aim to expand our collaboration by working with carbon credit suppliers to help ensure a credible and verified source of carbon credit supply for effective decarbonization and prevent greenwashing. Lastly, we plan to introduce token transfer between enterprises to facilitate data exchange and value transfer across the value chain. Businesses can tokenize their Scope 1 direct emissions and Scope 2 indirect emissions to share information securely and easily with their supply chain partners as a tokenized Scope 3 emission, which will help resolve the challenges around Scope 3 emission data sharing. Now, before I conclude, I would like to express my gratitude to our development and design team whose efforts have been absolutely instrumental in the successful launch of this product. Without them, this launch would not be possible, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to present our product and demonstrate how it can help address the ESG challenges faced by enterprises today. If you have any questions or want to learn more about our product, please visit our website at blockchain.ey.com. Please don't hesitate to get in touch with myself through my email at sam.azad@ey.com or with our global blockchain leader, Paul Brody. And remember, this is only our first step to drive a real change through transparency, and there's more to come. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Sam, for the great demo. Next, I'm happy to introduce Tom Garlick, who will share a fascinating sustainability story centered around digital trust platform. As EY US blockchain team engineering leader, Tom has over 20 years of experience leading technical teams on innovative projects and building large-scale distributed systems, focusing on ESG and sustainability solutions. Tom, please take it away.
All right, thanks, Konstantin. Hey, everybody. So I'm Tom Garlick, super excited to be here with you today and talk about traceability of carbon management, and greenwashing. I'm also going to talk a little bit about OpsChain ESG. That was a great demo that we saw from Sam. It really showed us how the tool can be used for the traceability of your environmental impact across the supply chain. So in a recent project, my team and I used a beta version of OpsChain ESG tokenization services. And I'm going to share with you some of the challenges that we faced in our project and how we overcame them with some of the features and services in OpsChain ESG. But first, I want to talk a little bit more generally. So a little bit more generally about some of the aspects of leveraging blockchain technology for traceability and carbon management. So the agenda, first, I'm going to talk a little bit about a new way to tell your ESG story, probably new to many of you. I'll talk about the increasing demands for sustainability metrics in your business, challenges of greenwashing and how big of a problem it actually is. Some of the considerations and challenges you may face implementing a solution like this, and how we overcame some challenges leveraging the OpsChain ESG services. And finally, I'll talk a little bit about how it all comes together in the marketplace. Okay. So the tokenization of carbon emissions and credits aid in decarbonization, enable mitigation opportunities such as carbon neutral products, and enables other verifiable ESG claims. And so while a key focus is decarbonization and traceability, there are a variety of tangential benefits that arise when using this technology we'll also talk about. So I'd like to start out with a bold claim, and the slide also makes the point. But currently, there is no other way to track and trace carbon source data that's permanent, immutable, and provides a verifiable attestation of your ESG claims. These outcomes are unachievable through conventional solutions. I mean, you can send third parties a PDF certificate, but how are you going to guarantee the authenticity of the document? You can provide access to regulators and other parties to your internal data and systems, but how can you guarantee the data has not been tampered with? And you can also report your carbon footprint and describe sources of your emissions, but how can you guarantee data veracity and non-repudiation? And how else can you let your consumers scan a QR code to access a verifiable proof of the carbon footprint of a product that they just purchased? So and try to do these things at scale in an automated way to satisfy demand. Okay, speaking about demand, so there are many stakeholders who are going to demand your ESG data, probably that already do. And this list is only going to continue to grow. So regulators require specific types of ESG reporting depending on the jurisdiction. There are new legal rulings and agreements where other parties are going to demand proof of your ESG claims. Investors and insurers are using ESG scores to determine whether or not to invest or to provide coverage. And your everyday buyers and consumers, they also want proof of the carbon footprint of the products that they buy. And finally, your employees and job seekers, they want to know what your ESG story as well. They want to know you can stand behind your ESG claims. So they too want trustworthy data. So this technology lets you publish your ESG story at scale to satisfy this demand. Okay, so how about false claims? How big of a problem is greenwashing? And how can blockchain technology help address or mitigate false claims? So I think first, what is greenwashing? And I have a definition here. Greenwashing is the act or practice of making a product, policy, or activity, making it appear more environmentally friendly or less environmentally damaging than it really is. And so I use a somewhat silly image for this slide. It's an artificial tree. And don't get me wrong, nothing against artificial trees or artificial plants. In fact, they can be incredibly convenient in some cases, like during holidays or for use at home. And they're actually easier to clean up after and harder to kill. So all for them. But I selected the image because this tree is not going to remove any carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, although it really looks like it could. It's a beautiful looking tree. Fake tree, that is. But as these statistics show, there's many companies are creating and making images or making their image appear as though they're good actors for the environment when in fact they're not. And the data I'm most familiar with shows that greenwashing is indeed a big problem. This data actually comes from the EU, where we've been doing work with battery passports, digital product passports, and the circular economy. And so let's take a look. So statistics show 53% of green claims give vague, misleading, or unfounded information. So that's a huge number, 53%. 40% of claims have no supporting evidence. And so greenwashing has become such a big problem that governments are starting to regulate it. And this past March, the EU Commission, they adopted a proposal for a directive on green claims, which aims to protect consumers from greenwashing by requiring green claims to be reliable, comparable, and verifiable. And so these challenges exist worldwide, and use of a distributed ledger or blockchain technology that is immutable, permanent, independently verifiable. This is a powerful way to create the reports they're looking for, the reports that are reliable, comparable, and verifiable. So I'm often asked, and I like to bring this up during talking about the greenwashing topics. So what advantages are there to using the public blockchain to record your emissions data? And so in the context of preventing greenwashing, is really the best point or a good time to bring this up of using public blockchain technology, because the public blockchain key advantage is all about the transparency of the data, the transparency of your ESG claims and carbon footprint. It allows companies to tell their ESG story outside of their organization and share it with their key stakeholders. You have verifiable data that can only be made available that can be made available to key stakeholders depending on how you want to handle privacy. Excuse me. So there's an opportunity to share it with your stakeholders, but only in the way that you want to make aspects of the data available by leveraging different privacy mechanisms that I'll talk about a little bit later. But having your data on a public blockchain in a transparent way is going to allow these different stakeholders to access it either upon request or given the data is public on an ad hoc basis on their own. And so stakeholders that you don't even know about today or future stakeholders can come and see your ESG claims and understand your ESG statistics. Okay, so I want to shift gears a little bit here. I want to share with you a story where my team and I used the beta version of Opschain ESG tokenization services on a recent project. So the project was to create a digital product passport for EV batteries, and it had two main requirements. First, to tokenize the product passport for tracking the provenance, traceability of the materials through the value chain, through their use and reuse to end of life, all in support of circular economy goals. And secondly, we had to track the associated environmental impact or carbon footprint from production through the final product. And so, as you might imagine, there's many considerations that we had in mind, but I'm highlighting just three key considerations here. I'm going to outline these, and then I'll talk a little bit about where we were able to leverage OpsChain ESG to help us address these. So verifiability. So for this use case and many like it, verifiability of the data is paramount. Purpose is to be able to have that independently verifiable, immutable, permanent record of your ESG claims. And to make those claims available outside of your organization to your stakeholders. This on-chain attestation to your sustainability claims is an important way also to avoid and prevent greenwashing. Interoperability. So this was the next critical consideration, interoperability. Part of the successful tokenization of the product passport and the associated emissions tokenization that we did required that the tokens work together so that we can perform different types of transactions, such as we wanted to be able to exchange the tokens, apply offsets, and Sam alluded to that in the tool in the previous demo, fractionalize the tokens for product allocation, have the token transactions be attested to, and there's other transactions and functionality that we wanted to support. So interoperability was a key metric, key consideration for success of the project. Next, privacy. So, we, as I mentioned, excuse me, we selected a public blockchain to enhance data availability and transparency to the stakeholders. So we wanted data availability, we want transparency, especially in the case of digital product passports where there's regulation behind it requiring transparency. But at the same time, we don't want to leak sensitive data. So there's a requirement to transact under privacy and to have access control over portions of the data. Okay, so let me move to the next one and talk about how we addressed each one of these areas. So verifiability, interoperability, and privacy were the considerations. So here's how we addressed them, and here's how OpsChain ESG helped us do that. So first, data methodology. Ensuring verifiability starts with high quality data. This is really the key. And high quality data requires a process or methodology to ensure complete and accurate collection of the data. And there are different approaches you can take for data collection. You're probably familiar with ISO standards to help guide that. You could have a certified process. You could even have a full-scale auditable methodology. So for data methodology, you need to be able to answer questions such as looking at the collection and measurement. Can the data be directly and continuously measured? Can you leverage IoT sensors and meters or other devices that can collect and log data? Are we following LCA standards? And for data verification, do we have a systematic, independent, and documented process for data verification? As well, for validation, have we verified that all records satisfy pre-established requirements, conditions, and criteria? So there's a number of questions as we start to drill down in data methodology that need to be considered and answered. But it's this methodology of the data collection that gives you the high quality verifiable data. Next, industry standards. To achieve interoperability, we looked for industry standards that we could leverage. And this is where OpsChain ESG comes back into the picture. So OpsChain ESG requires that we adhere to industry standards for the tokenization of carbon assets. That is the carbon emissions tokens standards, as well as the carbon credit token standards. And leveraging industry standards, we want to be able to ensure that the tokens are compatible in the marketplace, We want to be able to fractionalize the emissions for that product allocation, as I mentioned, as well as apply the offsets. So we need these capabilities, and for these assets to work together and to be able to transact with them, they require the standards. In talking about standards, and Sam briefly mentioned this as well, I want to mention, or just point to the last bullet there, where I've listed the IWA and the GBBC. The IWA, or the Interwork Alliance, is an initiative of the Global Blockchain Business Council, GBBC. IWA empowers organizations by building standards and to bring interoperability to global networks. And I'm currently the acting co-chair of an IWA task force, where we are defining the carbon emission token standard. They already defined a carbon credit token standard, but we're currently working on finalizing the carbon emission token standard. And this data, the standard we're really creating, this is a data standard that defines a data model and behaviors for emissions tokens to support this interoperability for use in systems like Opschain ESG, but in other systems globally. It's a protocol agnostic standard for use in any system on any blockchain or distributed ledger technology. Okay, so with Opschain ESG, the data standards implemented give us that vehicle and path to interoperability. So it keeps us on the rails of transactability, interoperability, because of its adherence to those standards. Finally, I want to quickly mention transaction privacy. So how do you achieve privacy while supporting transparency? These are obviously contradictory goals. We needed both. We want both, very important. And there's several approaches available to developers for implementing privacy. And what you choose really comes down to the use case and the approach you want to take, but here are a few options for privacy. You can partition data such that only a hash or proof of the data is stored on chain, while the metadata remains off chain. You can write your own zero knowledge proof. This enables you to prove the veracity of a claim without revealing the underlying data, although that's a bit of a heavy lift that requires some deep expertise. Or you can leverage an industry tool like Polygon Nightfall, which enables you to perform transactions under privacy and which will soon be supported by Opschain ESG. So where does all of this lead us? So I talked about how this approach, the tokenization of carbon assets that leverage blockchain technology like Opschain ESG, is unlike any other, about how the demand for verifiable claims is only ever increasing by your many stakeholders, and about how greenwashing and false claims muddy the water and increase the need for trustworthy data. So to wrap it up, let me walk you through this diagram. So this depicts a carbon marketplace with various transactions going on. So let's kind of go through it here. In the upper left corner, you have an organization that is measuring and collecting their scope 1 and scope 2 emissions. We also have a depiction that they're estimating their scope 3 emissions as well. There's a verification process for the emissions. There are also processes for planning and modeling where they're looking for decarbonization efficiencies. There's a process for climate-related risk management that can include validation and auditing of the data. So these processes are in place to ensure high-quality data collection and should rely on a methodology, as we talked about earlier. And once collected, the data can be tokenized onto this decentralized blockchain platform as depicted. It's based on standards to enable the different transactions. So that's kind of the left half of this slide. Looking on the carbon credit side in the upper right, we can see a process for the creation and ingress of carbon data. And so first, a project is initiated, financed, designed, for example, to remove carbon from the atmosphere, could be one. Validation and due diligence is performed, data is collected, and the credits can be listed with the registry. There's also monitoring and verification steps that are conducted to ensure proper handling and integrity of the carbon credit data. And so obviously a super high level snapshot of the creation of carbon credits, which is actually a very, as many of you may know, very involved process that can take years to create credits. In any case, once we have the data, it's high quality verified data, either through a registry or by some other means, the carbon credits can be minted on the blockchain, where they're also based on the standards. And then they can be transacted with. So now we have them in the system on this platform to start to apply to or use with other transactions, either buying and selling or applying as offsets to carbon emissions or carbon footprints. Okay, so Option ESG enables this functionality or more generally, tokenization of the carbon assets deployed on a blockchain, irrespective of protocol, enables this functionality as well. And really what we're supporting here is the traceability of your decarbonization journey. I think that's the first thing. That journey and that story that you can tell and publish out to your stakeholders. But also there's verifiable reporting capabilities now. We have net zero product opportunities, sustainable operations. And this is really an ideal way to substantiate your ESG claims and tell your ESG story. So a question comes up from the observation of this type of carbon reporting. So we're talking mostly here about voluntary ecological markets. This is all voluntary and up to organizations. So the question is, what's driving companies to adopt this technology? And will this be helpful as new regulations come into play and there's changes in the marketplace? And so I think first we see two primary drivers. The first one, of course, is new regulation that's forcing companies to act. For example, with our digital product passport project, there's a regulatory requirement in Europe requiring EV battery manufacturers to be able to declare the carbon footprint for each stage of the product life cycle with independent verification. So this is a major requirement and a heavy lift for most companies. But there's no better way to show that data for regulators or present it to regulators and stakeholders than on a distributed ledger or blockchain. The second driver is more about the opportunities for organizations to differentiate themselves and their products in front of their stakeholders or consumers and buyers. For example, so they can differentiate their products and have if they have a provable claim of carbon neutrality, they may even be able to have, not only is that going to differentiate their product, but they may even be able to charge a premium for that product. Secondly, I think for regular consumers and even your employees, these folks care a lot about the steps you're taking, and they feel better about buying products from eco-responsible and eco-friendly companies, and that's hugely important. Okay, so in summary, I'd like to submit, as this diagram has shown, a system that enables verifiable ESG claims published to the blockchain that are immutable and permanent, accessible by your ecosystem participants, built on standards for interoperability with privacy layered in where needed. This is like any other system available today. And I highly recommend this approach to telling your ESG story on a digital trust platform that leverages blockchain technology. And the thing is, if you don't tell your own ESG story in a trustworthy and provable way, someone else may tell that story for you, and you might not like the version they tell. Okay, that is it for me. Thank you so much for your time. And Constantine, at this point, I think I would pass it back to you.
Thank you very much, Tom, for such an insightful presentation. And we have a couple of questions for you, which I'm going to read out. So first one is about the adoption of the technology. So the demand for ESG reporting for smaller suppliers, organizations might not be as big as for the top brands. How to motivate smaller supply chain players to adopt the technology to do reporting?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think what it really comes down to is the potential for cost savings long term. And one of the biggest benefits is these tools and technologies are out there today. There's great adoption of blockchain technology across a variety of protocols with great support from developer communities. So even if you're a smaller company, you can leverage these resources to begin getting your data out there today. And I think so. There's low cost to barrier to entry there, and this infrastructure and these rails exist today. And I think as well, coming at it from a product differentiation point of view is, if you're a smaller and growing company, you really want to think about how can we differentiate our product? How can we have our buyers care more about our product than about our competitor's product? And really being able to add this transparency to your ESG processes, make these efforts to be a good corporate citizen in the ecological world, I think go a long way in that direction. So I guess those are two responses I have for you, Konstantin.
Sure, thank you very much. And another question is there financial incentive proposed by governments, frameworks, etc., for further push ESG disclosures, such as improving a company's credit rating for being net zero by a specified year, confirmed via Opchain ESG?
Boy, that's a good question. Really detailed, and I don't necessarily have a good answer, but I guess my response would be that given if you're able to tokenize some of your carbon assets, your emissions and your credits, and you have this provable way to tell your ESG story, then you're going to be able to leverage other capabilities in DeFi. And so, for instance, one of the things that Opchain ESG does is it creates a relationship between the product token and the corresponding emissions tokens. And once you have your goods tokenized in that way, you can then do different things like, there's like collateralization of loans when you have your product tokens verified on chain. You can start to operate in DeFi and potentially get a loan for that verifiable asset on the blockchain. I guess that would be one thing. I think there's other, there's the Inflation Reduction Act in the U.S. That has tax incentives for example, I talked about battery passport and some battery solutions we've been working on. I think there's tax credits from the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, if you, I think, regionally or locally source materials for your batteries. And this is a US specific regulation. So there is some financial incentive there to adhere to those rules. But I think what we're going to see, and I'm not sure of specific ones in Europe, but I'm quite sure there either are or they're coming. What I think we're going to see is we're going to start to see the merging more of the tokenizing real world commercial assets, in this case like carbon, and the merging with DeFi, where you do have these different incentives incentive opportunities that appear. For instance, if you think about the circular economy and incentivizing good behavior through the manufacturing of the products, through the use of the products to the end of life and recycling, you can imagine a world where there are incentives for each participant in the supply chain to do the right thing and have the right behavior for that helps the environment. And I think the tricky part is where's the treasury come from and how is that funded? But I think there's going to be incentives that as part of DeFi, incentives that are going to start to merge with supply chain, with product and asset tokens that provide those incentives. I don't have specific cases. That's a little bit more pie in the sky. That's where I would love to see this go. But I'm going to stay open and optimistic about that.
Thanks, Tom, very much for insightful answers. And we're wrapping up our session 1 with that and moving on to the session 2, which is about supply chains permissionless future. And next up, we are thrilled to welcome Dr. Abhijit Ghosh, Associate Professor of Supply Chain Management at Cranfield University. With his wealth of knowledge and expertise, Dr. Ghosh is the perfect person to discuss the permissionless future of supply chain. In his session, he'll provide valuable insight into how emerging technologies can revolutionize supply chain operations. Dr. Ghosh, the virtual stage is all yours.
Right. Thank you very much. And can I just confirm you are able to see my screen? And can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly well.
Right. Okay. So first of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to come and present at EY regarding some of the research what we have been doing at Cranfield University on supply chains permissionless future. So in terms of the agenda, what I'm going to be speaking is just broadly 3 areas. One, the conventional supply chain challenges, which we currently face on day-to-day basis. Later, the potential of blockchain in terms of really answering some of those challenges within the supply chain. And the last one, growth opportunities in supply chain from the blockchain perspective. Now, some of you might be quite familiar with the conventional supply chains. Now, today's supply chains are far more global, complex in its form because of multiple stakeholder involvement, multiple processes, and the flows which are flowing across the supply chains. So when I talk about the flows, we conventionally think about only product flows as it moves from, let's say, suppliers to manufacturer to distributor to retailer and end consumer. But then there are 2 additional flows which we typically tend to neglect or usually are not considered by the people who do not much involved within supply chain. And those 2 flows are typically the information and the financial flow. We do need to have the visibility in terms of the product flows, but at the same time, as you can see, information and the financial flow visibility becomes an equally important aspect within the supply chain. Blockchain as a technology has got its own, like characteristics, which obviously some of you are quite familiar with, is the decentralized nature of it, the ability to encrypt and also provide some kind of tamper-proof nature. But how do these characteristics actually complement with some of the challenges within the supply chain? Now, when you look at the challenges within the supply chain, we obviously have got a far more strategic issues which are ongoing, like geopolitical tensions. We are already seeing we're just recovering out of Brexit and the COVID-related scenarios. But then when you look at the operational issues, the supply chains are far more inefficient in terms of its processes. Like you might have seen that a lot of operations are typically manual in developing countries, as well as some of the activities within the supply chain, like moving the product from destination A to destination B, is far more slower in terms of its efficiency. So clearly, there are some bottlenecks within the supply chain which can be possibly, like tailored with the use of blockchain. The other issue which we have conventionally seen, and our previous presenters also did talk about it, is the lack of visibility and traceability within the supply chains. Now, this has been the long-going problem within the supply chain, particularly when you think about the food supply chains, where we would like to know the origin of the product, or in case of minerals as well, particularly for high-end technology-based industries like aerospace. the origin of its ore from the mine. So that has been the constant issue, and getting that level of visibility beyond your first year supply chain has not been achieved far more successfully by multiple companies. So blockchain can potentially find some solutions. In terms of traceability, again, the conventional issues, we have come across multiple incidences in the past, like horse meat scandal, for example, meat scandal, where the supplier involved within this particular issue of contamination was tier 7 supplier. So there was no way to really, like trace that element of where is the origin of the problem. And in this case, clearly, blockchain has shown some kind of potential. The other conventional issue, what we have seen is the issue about lack of consistency and consistency in terms of the use of IT platforms. Now, a lot of companies do use some form of ERP systems or some form of data management systems, but they do not really complement each other, or they do not work on the same platforms. And that creates an increased complexity in terms of data storage and data sharing related activities within the supply chain. The another conventional problem, which is quite growing since the Brexit, as well as the ongoing geopolitical tension, is the compliance with the international regulations, and this is something to do with the trust element. Like are the products what we are obtaining are sourced through ethical practices, or are they sustainable? Are they following ESG practices? So there are lots of compliance related issues which are more recently emerging within the supply chain. So in a nutshell, what you can really see here is that supply chain in an ideal world really looks like a very linear kind of flow where products are seamlessly flowing, but we have got a lot of ongoing challenges which can be basically brought into 3 broad areas as transparency issues, traceability issues, the efficiency part of it, the lack of lack of efficiency, and the trust element when it comes to compliance related aspects. But these issues actually cascade further into what we call it as the cascading impacts or cascading disruptions. Now, with current supply chains transforming itself from brick and mortar businesses to digital supply chains, clearly there is an increase in terms of the cyber attacks. So I think that is another growing challenge which digital supply chains are today facing, where and the blockchain can potentially is one of the solutions which I'll talk about it in the ongoing discussion. But then cybersecurity is becoming another increased element of an issue within the supply chain. Anti-counterfeit or counterfeit products are increasing within the supply chains, particularly in the food and pharmaceutical supply chains. Since COVID, the pharmaceutical supply chains have seen 80% increase in the counterfeit drugs, which is quite a significant amount of counterfeit products in their supply chains, which clearly has got which clearly has got one kind of like a concern in pharmaceutical or healthcare supply chains. Similar other issues about trustworthiness, compliance, and other things which we clearly know about it. And these are the challenges which supply chains are constantly trying to address. And in order to address, the technology is one of the key enablers to address some of these challenges. Something like IoT, which we already some of you are quite familiar with, Internet of Things, clearly helps in terms of generating the level of visibility. But then we need something which is far more robust in terms of ability to not just share the data, but also make sure that the data is foolproof and transferred in a trustworthy fashion. And that's where we need to bring in the capabilities of blockchain technology, which has some kind of potential or solutions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus more on some of the conventional industry sector challenges within the supply chain. Now, when you think about, for example, high value products such as diamonds, some of the very, very specific high value wines coming from certain parts of the world, or any other similar high value goods in the IT infrastructure, what we currently have is there are lots of concerns in terms of the authenticity of those products, the origin of the products, as well as the assurance of ethical standards. Now, when it comes to, for example, diamonds, we clearly have heard about the stories of blood diamond and similar unethical practices being followed in certain parts of supply chain. These are some of the issues which clearly has been identified as something which can be addressed using blockchain. When it comes to tracking of food and drugs through the supply chain, again, we have got a lot of ongoing issues, not just in terms of the counterfeit products, but also in terms of the recall of the product. So, for example, we have already something in store, but then that product is probably contaminated or is not meeting the required standards and thus needs to be recalled. And that's the reverse supply chain, which is quite complex in terms of really identifying where these products are, in what quantities, and how can we make sure that all of them can be recalled back. So that's where is again the blockchain has shown some strong potential. Another issue when it comes to the food or like pharmaceutical or drug products is they are short shelf. They have short shelf life, and that means they are perishable in nature. In many situations, you might have come across the products actually gets damaged because of the perishable nature. So in those cases where we have already seen the use of IoT combined with blockchain to provide that level of visibility in terms of the products are actually meeting the certain amount of temperature requirements, or like certain amount of other cold storage conditions, environments, before they are shipped to the end consumer. Thinking about another industry sector, the manufacturing and value chain, we have already seen a growth of use of additive manufactured products or 3D printed products. And that again creates an interesting challenge, given the 3D products can be easily manufactured using 3D machines. And the issue of compliance and conformity becomes one of the key concerns, particularly for high-end manufacturing companies, to make sure that those products are actually produced by the same supplier in the given specific standard. So that's where again blockchain has shown some kind of potential. The other issue, which is a conventional issue within the supply chain, is the conflict between what we call it as data sharing ability and the confidentiality of the data. So what is the level we should be able to share the data, and to which all stakeholders that particular information should be shared is a critical problem which still needs some answers. Now, blockchain, given its ability to really control the stakeholders, not particularly in the permissionless supply chain, but in other parts of the supply chain related blockchains, you can clearly see that the data can be made secure and shared only with the legitimate stakeholders where you would like that data to be shared across. So multiple opportunities, as you can see from the supply chain perspective, how the blockchain can potentially provide some kind of solution. Now, obviously, the EY has been working on off-chain ESG supply chain, and having listened to the presenters, I clearly see that carbon footprint related focus is something which has been really focused upon. But from this particular slide, what you can see is there are so many other opportunities within supply chain to really address using blockchain technology. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly show this particular short video where the Everledger, one of the leading Australian firms, has really collaborated with IBM related Hyperledger technology and similar other blockchain-based technologies to really provide that what you could call it as the compliance and the security of high-value products like diamonds.
Issuance of certification. Of certifications is paper-based, an embossing stamp and a fax machine is used to transact trade. To enable that digitally is 50,000 certificates. Now, you're never going to risk this by being just able to take a blockchain and throw it to a cloud service provider. We needed to be sure that if we're transacting on a high-value item with government offices, we needed to show to the world that blockchain was ready. And then as we started to think about what we needed to provide in terms of a high security network, we had to think just beyond the cool tech of blockchain. We had to think about how could we take this technology, deploy it into a cloud, and ensure that it's scaled securely.
Yeah, thank you very much for stopping the video. So I'll just move on to the next part is, and are you guys able to see my screen? Right. Okay, so what we recently did is we worked with one of the new startup companies where they are trying to build a blockchain-enabled system to really provide the level of visibility across the maritime sector. Now, before we actually jump into how blockchain can provide the solution, what we did is we started looking at what sort of the supply chain structure or network maritime shipping industry really looks like in terms of its operation. Now, when you really look into this set of multiple stakeholders in the maritime shipping supply chain, what you see is the products typically move across 6 different stages or activities, starting with the customer, sending it to forwarder, from forwarder to the port, from port to the carrier, from carrier to the destination port, and from the port to shipper, and finally to the last mile delivery to the end consumer. So it's in a nutshell, what you can see is it's quite a complex supply chain network. In the one particular stage in itself can actually comprise of multiple processes and multiple activities, documentation, and the product movement. So in terms of its process, it looks quite linear. But then when you start looking into the micro aspects of it, the kind of technology or the platforms being used for sharing the information or product movement is not consistent. As you can see here, in several cases, what you are really seeing is there are lots of paper-based documents which are typically used as they move across the maritime shipping industry. But then there is also use of some form of IT-based platforms like IoT sensors being used in the earlier phases of this maritime supply chain. There's also use of global positioning system, particularly in the logistics part of this movement of the goods across the shipping routes, where they would like to track the exact location of the product as they move across the supply chain. There's also some form of manual as well as EDI, electronic data interchange related information sharing across supply chain. But the problem here is it's not consistent across the different phases of maritime shipping operations. And that is where is another area where blockchain can potentially provide the kind of visibility of product movement as well as the information flow across the supply chain to generate that level of visibility, including providing the ability to do some of the additional activities like carbon capture or carbon measure related activities, because then you are mainly because you are getting the high level of visibility across the maritime supply chain. So in order to once we had understood this the stages and the operation related activities, we started looking at how can we actually potentially build some form of architecture to really build this integrated solution. Now, when you look at the information flow, that we need clearly some form of technologies or platform to really capture the information, capture the data. Internet of Things are the physical layers, which are particularly devices which has got that capability to really capture that information. So IoT becomes one of the fundamental layers in terms of building this blockchain-enabled architecture, where these devices help to generate the visibility of product movements using different sensors, monitors, cameras, and actuators to really give us the right kind of dynamic information. But then comes the next level of connectivity layer, which really needs, which basically takes care of this collected data shared across the different stakeholders. Now, blockchain has got this kind of ability where it just then captures this data as well as shares this data across the stakeholders. The next comes the data layer, which is basically the sharing of the data beyond some of the supply chain stakeholders. And the subsequent layer would be typically the application layer, where some of the technologies along with blockchain are combined together to generate the level of visibility which is required in terms of the dashboards. For example, the customer wants to see where their product is across the supply chain, then that particular layer or the platform will provide you the kind of visibility required. Now, the other interesting aspect of the blockchain is it does not need to be built as a completely new platform altogether, and it has the ability to connect with some of the legacy systems combined with some of the the advanced data storage capabilities. So that brings quite an interesting marriage of the legacy system and the advanced systems which are being used by multiple stakeholders. The other advantage, what we clearly see out of using this kind of integrated technology platform, is the application of smart contracts, where the contracts can automatically initiate based on the terms and conditions being made within the supply chain contract. So that's another benefit what we see in terms of this integrated solution or architecture which we are looking at within the maritime shipping applications. So moving forward in terms of the growth opportunities and what we see are what we are trying to do at Cranfield University in terms of the ongoing research is how particularly blockchain can address some of the ongoing challenges, particularly in the digital supply chain in cybersecurity space, where the characteristics like encryption and tamper-proof can really benefit and avoid the cyber attacks, which are typically going to be increasing as we progress more towards the digital supply chain. The other area which has clearly shown a growth opportunities or growth potential is the smart contracts in strategic procurement. Now, if you look at the procurement operation, it really involves lots of suppliers and lots of like price negotiation, cost negotiations, as well as the contracts, the conventional contracts in place. But because of the size of the operations within strategic procurement, it sometimes becomes very difficult to really initiate, like breach of contract related conditions and similar other aspects. So smart contracts can potentially be a solution in itself, where it will automatically, execute based on the terms and conditions being made. The third growth opportunity, what we are seeing is the disintermediation in the supply management, particularly every stakeholder. As the number of stakeholders increases in the supply chain, everyone is trying to really make a profit out of that particular process or the activity within the supply chain. And that actually impacts in terms of the efficiency of the supply chain, but at the same time increases the overall cost of supply chain. So disintermediation using the blockchain can easily remove some of the unnecessary stakeholders, which are basically just the contract manufacturers or just connecting nodes within the supply chain to really provide that seamless flow of the goods, but at the same time reduce the overall cost of the supply chain. And the last one, which I think off-chain ESG has been really at the forefront in terms of really addressing this particular challenge, is the carbon credits within the logistics supply chain. With focus on net zero for 2050 target, there has been increased focus on sustainability and carbon capture capabilities, and blockchain has clearly got that true potential in terms of addressing these kind of issues. So in a nutshell, we have been doing some ongoing research, not just on blockchain, but as part of Digital Transformation Hub, we are focusing on multiple set of associated technologies like IoT, cloud computing, blockchain technology, along with automation and robotics, which are quite prominent nowadays in manufacturing and supply chain, and trying to bring all these things, technologies together to provide or develop some kind of what we call it as the roadmap for digital transformation at Cranfield University. So thank you very much for your time and listening, and I'm open for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gaj. We have one question for you here, and it is, how is blockchain tackling the problem of energy supply chain, considering leakage of highly active chemicals, metals, and lithium?
Right. So this is a very interesting question. I think the way how I would see this is more of the problem related with the compliance aspect of the supply chain, or you could also possibly link this particular problem related with the contamination or adulteration within the supply chain. Now, if I could take an example of food supply chain, for example, and we might have heard these kind of, like classic examples where Walmart was struggling to really identify some of the bad batch of the mangoes coming from parts of Asia. And that particular example is a classic example where the blockchain really provides you with the ability to really trace back all the way to the the different levels of suppliers involved within the supply chain, but not just up to in terms of the supply, who is the supplier involved in it, but also the farm where those mangoes were actually grown. At the same time, like to certain extent, like I don't know if that is really possible, but to particular plant where those mangoes were grown. So applying this similar kind of logic in terms of the ability of blockchain, we could possibly trace back and avoid some of the leakages in the energy sector and other sectors where we can see the potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ghosh, for such an insightful talk. Next, we have Jamie Canterbury, EY partner, and Monica Nelson, senior director at Mars, who will explore how permissionless supply chain drive ESG incentives. James specializes in life sciences sector and risk management. He is a firm believer that open and fair systems can be achieved through blockchain and cryptography. Monica is a corporate innovation and digital transformation leader at Mars Shared Services, focused on sustainability and driving exceptional results through customer-focused solutions. Monica, James, it's your turn.
Thanks. Great. Thanks, Konstantin. And what a great talk, man. It was such an awesome topic, such a great talk track to kind of come in. Just really just a privilege to kind of like share some of these thoughts and kind of ideas. I do have a couple of slides. Are the slides being shown? Ah, there we go. So I do have a couple of slides because I did want to sort of set the stage, but I'm going to move through them pretty quickly because I'm really excited to have our discussion with Monica and hear more about Mars and kind of how they're looking at technology and ESG combined. But I did want to spend a minute or two just kind of highlighting this complicated matter we have of incentives and data and granular tokenization. Yesterday, we talked at a really high level about supply chains and supply chain use cases in blockchain. Here we want to show how you can start marrying up some of those concepts with incentives and ESG. And I did actually pull together something just kind of quickly. This is not meant to be a deep dive into all the incentives that are possibly out there, but more to paint the picture that there are a lot of ESG incentives that companies can apply for. If you are a multinational company, or even if you make products and have a global supply chain, you're most likely operating in a lot of different regions with a lot of different incentives. None of them are all the same. And part of the problem is, how do we start to make the most out of these? It's not a question of, is there enough incentive to go around? Sometimes it's a question of like, how can we apply them and how can we actually use them to do things? Because in the end, we're trying to change the world here. We're trying to make big impacts. We have to see how this is connected. And the way a lot of the supply chain and a lot of organizations look at ESG now is a very sort of self-centered view. It puts the organization in the middle, and you think of what are the reporting requirements, what are the commitments that I've made, what kind of information do I need to sort of make good or prove that I've met those things. We have to get some data from our upstream supply. We have to be able to incorporate that because we are inheriting that into our products. But most of the time, we don't have really good visibility into it, so we make estimates and we use models. It's kind of periodic. And then a lot of the downstream portions, where our products actually go when they make it into the hands of the customers, oftentimes that's even scoped out. But the truth is, ESG is an ecosystem play. We have to think about all the factors on this. And then when we start looking at those incentives, how do we actually incentivize an entire ecosystem as opposed to just what we're worrying about in the center here? So what do companies usually do? Well, there's kind of two approaches to this. We could take the top down. What did we commit to? What's the information that we need? What kind of, what data do we have? What don't we have? And let's just build some models and estimates and kind of put our reporting forward that way. And it works, but it doesn't work all that well. It tends to be kind of static, and you don't really get a chance to recompile that data to apply for different types of things across your global supply chain. So you kind of repeat it each year, maybe annually, maybe monthly, but you tend to have more of a reactionary approach. So another way to do it is to try to go bottom up. Maybe we can collect data at a very granular level using product tokens or some of the other types of technologies that we've talked about. We saw some really awesome examples of ops chain ESG where it does this at the product level, carbon at the product level all the way across, and start building this very granular, very trusted, very interoperable data set that we can aggregate in different ways and we can report as needed. And so then it sort of shifts that picture where you as the manufacturer were self-centered and focused in the middle to being something more of an ecosystem play. And I kind of show here in a not so great illustration this idea of a product token and the carbon and the offsets sort of moving through an entire supply chain and sharing data. It gets really interesting when you start thinking about, boy, how can I, as a manufacturer, really take advantage of the good things that my supply chain is doing, right? So how can I incorporate that into my picture? And then, if I'm doing a lot of really good things too, offsetting all of the carbon, producing carbon neutral products, how do my customers know that? How can they take advantage of it and pass it down? That's the ecosystem vision. And then, oh, by the way, if we can figure that out, we might have a really good way of using those same channels to pass incentives all the way back down the network. And that's, I think, where we're going to start to see kind of the magic happen on this. Taking the product supply chain, using that for the traceability, and using those same rails to push incentives all the way upstream. That's how we're going to make an impact. So in setting the stage of that, I'm really excited to invite Monica Nelson to come and share a little bit about Mars and some of the awesome things that Mars is doing in the ESG space. So Monica, thank you so much for joining us. I have a couple of questions, and I know you have a few things that you've kind of prepared for this as well too. I'll move through the slides to help go with the conversation. But would you mind giving a brief overview of Mars for our audience?
Sure. So first of all, thank you, Jamie, for having me. It's my pleasure to partner, innovate in this space with you. And for some of the folks that are listening, Mars is probably bigger than some of us know Mars, right? You might know us from candy, you might know us from pet care, but we're a privately owned company with over 130,000 associates, purpose-driven, and our purpose is the world we want tomorrow starts with how we do business today. So there is no better place than sustainability when you bring that purpose to life. So we are over 100 years old with 80 countries and over $40 billion in sales. Our products span 4 different categories and many different multi-billion-dollar brands, each of which are sourced with ingredients around the globe. One of the fun facts is Mars is the largest purchaser of raw cocoa in the world. As such, we have a global responsibility to sustainability so that we can have the world we want tomorrow. So that's the overview of Mars. And if you want to know a little bit about sustainability, when we go to the next page, you will see our sustainability commitments. So we have our SIG plan, which is sustainable in a generation. That plan includes 3 pillars: healthy planet, thriving people, and nourishing well-being. At some level, these are all intertwined. But when we think about supply chain, we tend to find the most relevance in healthy planet. 74% of Mars GHG emissions are a result of raw material ingredients that get purchased through our products. Much of those raw material ingredients have carbon intensity and are based all around the world. So country of harvest and farming practices are super important to our supply chain.
That's pretty awesome, Monica. And I think as we think about this connected ecosystem and the data, and I mean your vast and incredibly complex supply chain, I think I would add, right? Multi-tiers in the way that you source. What is the role that you think data has to play in your ESG approach?
Yeah, so you'll see a flavor of the slide on our Sustainable Energy Generation Plan, which we call it SMC. Data is the foundation to this plan. It's the foundation upon which we build all of our efforts. It's the key to defining our strategy and to measuring our impact. We can't change if we can't measure, we can't change. And we have to make sure that we have available and accurate data all throughout our plans and be able to do it on a frequent basis.
That sounds super easy, right? I'm sure that was just like snap our fingers and we have all the data that we need. What were some of the challenges? What are the challenges that you're running into now as you roll this plan out?
Well, right now we have a once a year scorecard that we release, and it's once a year because it's so hard to get the data. So getting good and consistent and a timely matter data is super important for us. Our ecosystem is huge. And if you look at the shape of our ecosystem, there is many different controls that we have within our own data. But when we look outside of our own data, we don't have those controls. So we really have to make sure that we bring in innovation into how do you bring all the levels of data together. This is where incentives can come in, right? The data is valuable, not just to us as Mars, but also overall to the planet. So we need incentives and we need to be able to share this data for all of us to get value through the supply chain.
Yeah, that's actually kind of cool. And I know we've had some pretty interesting discussions and brainstorming sessions around using blockchain technology. In fact, actually, I think, Monica, it might have been you that coined the phrase flockchain when thinking about pet
that was
food
last
supply.
Year, yeah.
Clearly, these big global networks can play a role, right? Especially for big global supply chains. For blockchain specifically, how do you see this technology helping you meet your sustainability goals?
For us, it's exciting because, like you said before, blockchain is an ecosystem level technology. It can be the foundation for incentives, for data sharing, for many other use cases. And we're actually this week defining some of the use cases with representation around the globe. So when we look at some of those opportunities, we want to make sure that we have specific examples. We want to make sure that we think about blockchain and what blockchain gives to us. And blockchain gives us that trusted granular data as it's collected through the ecosystem, similar to the bottoms-up example that you provided earlier. Frequency, granular data, and the shift that we can shift our focus from collecting and verifying and generating the data to actually being able to use this and have impactful decision throughout our supply chain. Internally, we have been using the phrase trusted carbon accounting, which if you think about, our accounting teams use it all the time, and we trust the numbers that they provide us at the end of each period or at the end of each month. If we think about blockchain, we believe there is a form of carbon ledger. And if we bring the trust and the carbon ledger and the ledger together, that's what we need to make sure that we connect the dots across them. And then we'll be able to have that trusted ledger that's going to be able to be shared across our supply chain and across with our vendors, not just internally, but also externally. So we think there is a huge potential using blockchain in this space.
That's really awesome. And I think that kind of comes back to that sort of ecosystem message, right? Like, yep. If Mars can trust the data, if your suppliers can trust the data, if your customers can trust the data, the incentives start to get unlocked, right? And I think that's really one of the key messages that we wanted to sort of cover in this particular session, to build on top of all the really cool technical pieces of how we're trying to plug these things together. So, Monica, thank you so much for sharing that perspective with us. It's just such a cool journey that Mars is on. I think the work that you're trying to do from a sustainability perspective is just really cool, really forward thinking, and really changing how these industries and how the supply chain is working in this front. So thank you so much.
You're welcome, my pleasure.
I think there might be some time for some questions. Did we have questions that came in? All right, we must have covered that topic in a great way, because we don't have a whole lot of questions that came in online. Monica, do you have any closing thoughts or something you might want to share with the audience here?
Well, I mean, as many people are watching, we want to be leaders in this space. So if you're excited about this and you want to join us, we will happily join with, partners and, systems integrators and other companies that want to lead in this space. So we are definitely committed. And as many of you have seen in our public disclosures, we are heavily investing in this sustainable energy generation plan. So I invite others to join us and lead to, have a better world tomorrow.
Really cool. It's an ecosystem, right? We're all kind of part of it. We're trying to do some big things here. And it's just fantastic to see companies like yours leading the way. So thank you, Monica. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Hand over.
Thanks, James.
Yeah,
Thanks, Monica,
thank
for great discussion. So now we'll take a break for 30 minutes, and we'll be back. We'll be back in 30 minutes. And we're going to run video in the meantime for you.
Hello, all. JT here again. We hope you've enjoyed the summit so far today. Now, to continue, let's dive back into our Reddit community on ETH Finance for a few more nuggets of blockchain wisdom. The first bit we'll discover is regarding proto-dank sharding with a great apples and oranges analogy given by Redditor Domotheus. Imagine you go to the apples and oranges store because you need some oranges. But the store owner is quirky and has a rule that goes something like this. This store will only sell 1,000 total items per day, whether that's 1 apple and 999 oranges, or 900 apples and 100 oranges, or a perfect split. I don't care. Once I sell my 1,000th item, I'm done for the day. Also, this store's apples are very good. People drive from all over the place to buy them. So naturally, since supply is low and demand is high, the cost of apples goes up and the store owner makes a killing selling them. Oranges, on the other hand, aren't as popular. On average, the store owner sells about 980 apples and only 20 oranges every day. You personally really don't care that much about the apples. You want to buy oranges, but due to the store's weird rule, you still have to outbid people looking to buy apples. Oranges should be cheap because they're plentiful and in low demand, but every orange you buy is an apple someone else can't buy. After the store sold 999 items that day, why would he sell you an orange for $1 when someone's willing to buy an apple for $10? You'll have to offer at least $10 to get the orange you want. This is really dumb. You think to yourself, you talk to the store owner and make him come to his senses, and he agrees to change his stupid rule. Now, he'll sell at most 1,000 apples per day and at most 100 oranges per day. So now that the two supply-demand markets are separated, an apple can cost $10 and the orange can cost $1, and everybody's happy. You get cheap oranges, and the store owner gets more money because 1,000 times $10 plus 200.
We interrupt this accounting lesson just to let you know I never went to school for accounting. I misread the narration. It should say 100 oranges, not 200. Carry on.
Times $1 gets him more money than the previous system when $10 was the cost of an item and he sold 1,000. Back in Ethereum land, the apple represents execution, the gas that affects state, compute stuff in the EVM, etc. And oranges represent data, the gas that stores stuff in the chain's history. Rollups do their execution off-chain, so what they need most from layer 1 is data. Today, the cheapest solution is using call data at 16 gas per byte. But if everyone's fighting to do EVM stuff, the cost of that 16 gas per bytes goes up as well, because there's only so much gas in each block. This really shouldn't be the case, since data is a different resource from execution. So what EIP 4844 does is separate those two resources into two distinct markets. The gas market, as we know it today, stays the same, and there's a new data gas resource with its own pricing that happens separately. Rollups will be happy because now they get to commit their batches on-chain in these nifty new things called blobs. And when demand for blobs is low, blobs will be cheap. Even if there's a huge NFT drop going on that brings gas to 500 Gwei. On a technical level, it does other cool things in preparation for full dank sharding later on, which will allow a significant increase in the size of blobs, so that it becomes even cheaper for rollups to commit data to blobs. But even without dank sharding, just splitting the markets will help drastically lower fees on rollups, which will be nice. Thank you, Domo Theus, for your wonderful contribution to this year's EY Blockchain Summit. Now, let's pivot to Astafari 12's view on regulations, a real hot topic indeed. Responding to many people here the last few days that claim we are just greedy and only care about pumping our bags, we aren't against regulation. We are against bad regulation. If the SEC got its way, I predict that ETH would be a security that retail can't touch directly, only indirectly from various bank products. Private stablecoins might be banned. Private wallets, or what they call them, unhosted wallets, wild wallets, or dark wallets will be banned. DeFi itself is likely banned unless accessed from a bank that charges a fee for our protection. No other country is stuck on the question whether ETH is a security or a commodity. Crypto regulation in the UK and EU is not perfect, but we realize that crypto is here to stay and put out regulation, guidelines, not just 55 litigations. I was positively surprised by how many DeFi actions my Nordic tax authority has provided guidelines on just this year. Things like ETH staking, capital gains, not ordinary income, lending, liquidity providing, etc. Meanwhile, the US IRS hasn't even spoken about ETH staking. Most people will class it as ordinary income because that is safer than to classify as the lower taxed capital gains. Thanks, Astafari12, for your reflections on this most uncertain topic in crypto today within the United States. It has surely been a wild ride in the ivory towers of governments. Now let's pivot to the advent of AI as user Gen366 digs up something from YouTube's Jordan McKinney covering AI and Ethereum. You should follow Jordan McKinney on Twitter at JordanMMCK or visit his website jordanmmck.com. Jordan McKinney is a gem of a channel. He talks about autonomous AI and how Ethereum might play an important role in the future AI economy. There's a portion of this video he speaks about the AI economy in Ethereum. Now, I will discuss the integration of these AI models into the legacy financial system and Ethereum. These models can function as a central brain and connect to other neural networks, AI systems, and handcrafted intelligence systems like Wolfram Alpha. As the AI assistant interacts with apps and handles tasks for you, there will be a need for it to manage money. In the first iteration, AI will interact with apps to book flights, for example, and users will confirm and approve transactions. As the AI becomes more effective and trusted, users will want it to handle more tasks autonomously, including financial transactions. There will be pressure to integrate AI into financial systems, but this may create friction in the traditional financial system. These autonomous AI entities might face difficulties meeting regulatory expectations because the legacy system is governed by regulations designed for humans. Additionally, the traditional financial system is not well suited for global transactions between AI agents due to regional differences. Crypto systems like Ethereum, on the other hand, are well suited for autonomous systems. Ethereum was designed with the idea that autonomous agents might conduct much of the financial activity in the future. It is permissionless, global, transparent, and digital native, making it an ideal platform for AI agents to manage accounts and interact with smart contracts. Though most economic activity still occurs in the traditional financial system, friction in that system may push AI agents toward crypto systems like Ethereum.
But thankfully, we have this entire crypto system that has been under construction for several years now. And this paradigm is actually incredibly well suited for autonomous systems. And I think this was even mentioned in the Ethereum white paper, that eventually we were imagining that sometime in the future, You might have an economy where a lot of the financial activity, maybe most of it, is actually conducted by autonomous agents, by computer programs, by AIs. And it seems that we're arriving to that place a lot faster than anyone expected. But those systems like Ethereum, are perfect for that kind of thing. They were built with that in mind.
Thank you so much for that awesome contribution. On a lighter note, user Troy Bolton is Life, that's his real username, has some kind words for Paul and his team's contributions to ETH Finance and the broader Ethereum community. Paul Brody has single-handedly given me faith in Ethereum as a serious technology again. I've been out of the game for about a year, but I just listened to his episode on Bankless and I'm stupid bullish again. Forget about your monkey pictures in yield farming. Enterprise supply chain management will be huge. Tokenize everything. And user Old School 147 follows up with a banger. Paul Brody is a bad dad shirt wearing pioneer, and we are lucky to have his brilliant mind in the ecosystem. Cheers, Paulie, you demand. And with that, thanks again to the EY team and Paul Brody for allowing our members to once again have a voice in this year's summit. On behalf of the ETH Finance and EV Mavericks DAO community, my name is JT. Cheers and big hugs from Kansas City.
Hello, we're back.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. So, hope you enjoyed the break and feel refreshed. We are running, as you noticed, 20 minutes earlier, but I hope it's not a problem. So, our next session, using smart contracts to put your business on autopilot, is very close to my heart. As the product leader, I'm thrilled to present the live demo of our first prototype of new Ops-Chain Contract Manager, alongside Paul Brody, who kindly agreed to share his expertise on enterprise privacy, and our technical lead, Fabio Mero. So we are all set, and over to you, Paul.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, so this is, I think demoing this product is no pressure, high pressure, but this is actually, for me, like one of the highlights of the work that we have done. If you've got questions, please use the Q&A. We definitely want to get to those. I'm going to take a few minutes, and I'm going to just recap some of the key messages I made the other day around enterprise privacy. What are we doing? Why are we doing this? How is this actually supposed to work? And hopefully this will be easy for everybody to follow. So let's start by a standard disclaimer. Okay, I'm not going to even read it out. And let's talk about what is Ops-Chain Contract Manager. What is it supposed to do? Why have we built it? So Ops-Chain Contract Manager is a key part of our vision to help enterprises build a true digital twin, a kind of a digital supply chain on-chain. And what do I mean by that? So prior to the break, my colleague Jamie talked about Ops-Chain Supply Chain Manager. That's all about tokenizing stuff. And if you think about a typical business agreement, they always come back to this, which is, I've got money, you've got stuff, we want to exchange my money for your stuff under the terms of an agreement. So Ops-Chain Supply Chain Manager is about tokenizing the stuff and moving it through the supply chain. And that's the top part of the picture you see, little tokens that represent the raw materials that come together in manufacturing, transportation, warehousing, sales, and support. Below that, we have the agreements. And Ops-Chain Contract Manager is our first, it's a new version of a product that we've built in the past that's all about managing the agreements, right? And eventually we want to combine these two so that we have them locked together and you're really building this full model of your enterprise on-chain as a digital twin, right? The first step is to get the individual pieces in place. So either the movement of items with Supply Chain Manager or the contracts. In this case, Ops-Chain Contract Manager is all about the contracts, right? And basically, all enterprises engage in a pretty similar process, but all their contracts are relatively unique. So if you go to any large company, they've got many, many suppliers, right? Almost every company has a policy. They've got to have 2 suppliers for each piece of raw material, and they negotiate separately with them. So enterprises, even when they have standardized parts or multiple suppliers for the same standardized part, they often have many, many contracts that govern those. And in the work that we did at Microsoft, for example, I think there were more than 3,000 contracts that we ended up working on. So it's a very, very substantial program, right? And those contracts all have really, really important business value propositions. As a part of that, we are working on the contract part. And now, let me just talk a little bit about what Ops-Chain Contract Manager is supposed to do. Basically, the first thing that we're trying to do is say, here's a buying entity, here's a selling entity, right? And they have agreed upon the key terms of a business agreement. So there's a digital contract that represents the major terms, and that's usually the price of the item or items, and then specific items like maybe there's a rebate or a volume discount that gets activated. With Contract Manager, what we can do is we'll take those and turn them into a digital smart contract, and then we're going to process all of the back and forth between the two parties through Ops-Chain Contract Manager. And the beauty of this is that nobody has to worry about remembering whether or not or where they are in the business agreement. And this is a very, very common problem that enterprises run into all the time, which is 5 minutes after signing the agreement, if you had this set of rules, like you get a volume discount at this point, you get a rebate at that point, enterprises have actually often forgotten about where they are in that business cycle. With Contract Manager, if you order 100 widgets and your discount starts at widget 101, the next time you place another order, it's going to kick it in automatically. And it's also going to prevent any supplier from sending you an invoice that violates the key terms of those contracts. So that's kind of a big part of the idea. Now, one thing we're not trying to do, to be realistic here, and you will hear people in the world of blockchain talk about this idea that code is law. And that's a really great idea, but in reality, it's very, very hard to implement. If you have ever negotiated a procurement agreement, and I've negotiated a few, about 10% of the contract is the really substantive terms. What are we buying? How much do we expect to buy? What are we paying? What are the key terms? Like when do you owe money? Sort of days of sales outstanding and things like that. The other 29 pages are lots of legalese about making best efforts, operating cooperatively, resolving disputes. There is no way to put that kind of highly subjective, rarely used content into a digital smart contract today, for a couple of reasons. First of all, your smart contract would be enormous, and you would almost never use the vast majority of it. Secondly, the more code you put in a contract, the more risk you have that there is a security bug or some other problem that will make your contract exploitable. So what we have focused on is enabling business relationships, automating business relationships between parties that already know each other and have existing dispute resolution mechanisms. Now, one day I think that there will be room to expand this. There'll be mechanisms for handling off-chain dispute resolution. But right now, what we're focused on is this automation of the process between a buyer and a seller. The next thing we're likely to do after the buyer and seller are engaged directly is we will add authorized buyers and authorized sellers. Because the truth is, in any large multinational, it's very common that a global headquarters of company A strikes a global deal with the global headquarters of company B. But actual execution happens in many specific countries, and oftentimes execution is even delegated to subcontractors who are buying raw materials and doing the assembly. So eventually this will become a kind of a multi-party to multi-party network service. So we actually, and there we are, my build is not perfect here. We have build errors, but we actually know this works really, really well. And I just want to share a case example from some of the past history because it is so powerful and enlightening in terms of our experience, which is the work that we did with Microsoft on the Xbox video game network. The original version of Contract Manager, Off-Chain Contract Manager, was built for Microsoft on a private blockchain network. And what it did was it took the Xbox procurement process, Microsoft buying games and then selling them onto their customers, and turned it in from a traditional kind of enterprise system into a blockchain-based set of smart contracts. And that actually worked out incredibly well. So Microsoft was able to take their cycle time from 45 days between, on average, when a purchase was made and when all the invoicing was kind of processed and handled. They took it down to basically like just a few minutes. So 99% cycle time, as I've said before, it's my standard joke. In consulting, we consider that kind of a good improvement. Secondly, we really cut the cost to administer. And this is amazing. Like, basically, we managed to take 40% of the cost, and that was after doing all the work related to migrating the contracts, making kind of new digital versions of the contracts, and things like that. So a huge improvement in the overall cost. And I think were we to do it again today, knowing all the things that we know, it would probably be an even larger reduction. And then finally, on the last item, which is there was a much more kind of positive collaborative atmosphere between buyers and sellers, because at any one time, any business partner could log in and look at all of their individual data and transactions and really understand how the logic had been applied. Now, we couldn't take that private blockchain version and scale it up and make it available to the public. And the reason for that was we didn't have any kind of underlying core enterprise privacy technology built in. So if you're Microsoft and it was your private blockchain, you could see everything about every detail. But if we allowed external users not just to log into a web portal, but to actually log in like directly into the chain, they would have been able to see the terms and conditions of every other party. And that just would not have been acceptable. But ever since then, we've known if we could execute well with privacy, we would be able to turn this product into something immensely valuable for enterprises. We have actually a fair amount of good data that shows that on average, enterprises are missing, they have a lot of what they call like purchase leakage, right? They're missing their volume discounts, they're missing their rebates, and they're also spending a lot of money executing and managing the process, checking to see that invoices are matching purchase orders, which are aligned to the terms and conditions, right? I think on average, it costs a company somewhere between $50 and $100 in many cases to issue a purchase order or execute a payment. And that's not the cost of writing the check, that's the cost of this validation process. With a fully smart contract-based system, you could be confident that as long as you've correctly calculated how much you've received in terms of widgets, and you've correctly implemented the smart contract, you should always have confidence that your payments and your invoices are exactly correct, and they don't need to be double or triple checked. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go into a demo. And before we go into the demo, and I hand it back to my colleague Konstantin and the rest of the team, I want to just preface the demo with a little statement, which is what you're going to see in the demo is you're going to see a sample user interface where we mocked up an ERP system. We didn't build an entire ERP system for this demo, right? But what we did do was create kind of a simple user interface so that you could see what's going on. In reality, everything that we have built is designed for APIs, and specifically, we spent a lot of time designing this system for the EDI, Electronic Data Interchange standard. So EDI is a standard that's been in use for decades. I think it's basically as old as I am, which I will not disclose at this time. But it's old. And it works really well, and people spend a lot of time thinking about what needs to go into an EDI purchase order or an EDI shipment or an EDI invoice. And all of those things have been designed into the demo that you're going to see today. But everything is designed to really run without a user interface, direct system-to-system connection. And we've built really just a sample user interface for the purposes of demonstration. So with that, Konstantin, do you want to drive the demo? Is that what?
Yep. Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you so much. And now it's my turn, and we're ready to dive into the world of smart and not so smart contracts. So I think I have slides there. Yeah. So welcome everyone to our session on EY Off-Chain Contract Manager. If you just joined, my name is Konstantin Nikolaev, and I'm a global blockchain product owner here at EY. For those who've had enough of me talking today as your host, I apologize, as I'm going to switch hats for the next 40 minutes to present our new Off-Chain Contract Manager. I have a privilege of being the product owner for this revolutionary product, and today, together with our tech lead Fabio Morel, we are excited to give you a glimpse into the future of enterprise contracts. So our journey today will take us through 4 key areas, starting with traditional contracts, identifying gaps in siloed systems, introducing our solution contract manager, and finally a live demo of a product in action. But before diving into the solution, let me introduce a fantastic team behind Off-Chain Contract Manager. This exceptionally talented group of people, and trust me, I'm not just talking about myself, have put their hearts and souls into this project and worked tirelessly to turn our vision into reality. I want to thank them all, as we couldn't have reached this point without their dedication and hard work. Let's start by examining how traditional contracts work. The process normally begins with contract inception, which typically involves things like drafting the contract, negotiating terms and conditions, approving and signing the contract, making possible amendments, and going through the renewal process if applicable. The contract inception stage is usually followed by contract realization, when the contract is actually fulfilled, monitored, reconciled, and sometimes disputed. But what lies in between? Unfortunately, there is often a significant gap between the negotiated terms and actual transactions. This gap can be quite costly for business. Based on world commerce and contracting research, companies often lose on average of 9% of the expected value from procurement contracts due to the hard leakage, which may include invoicing errors, incorrect pricing, and inadequate contract management. And the root cause of these issues often lies in siloed systems with loosely coupled processes spanning legal, operations, and finance. These siloed systems lead to inefficiencies and lack of transparency in contract management. To address these challenges, we developed Opchain Contract Manager. Our solution bridges the gap between contract inception and realization, streamlining processes and eliminating intermediaries. Contract Manager seamlessly connects buyer and seller systems using widely accepted EDI messaging. It works with most ERPs. It's simple to use and very simple to set up. In fact, you can forget all of this and just use your ERPs in a normal way, creating purchase orders, sending invoices, delivering goods, and making payments. Contract Manager will automatically make sure that all transactions follow the agreed contract terms while maintaining full privacy and leaving immutable records on a public blockchain. This helps avoid disputes, reduce reconciliation efforts, and prevent value loss. And now it's time to show the demo. Let's look at the use case we have prepared for you today, and it is a tier pricing procurement. In this scenario, we have complex buyer and seller networks, each with distinct roles and challenges. Let's assume they have signed a tier pricing procurement contract and agreed to certain terms where the prices of goods depend on the quantity purchased. In such a situation, monitoring pricing tiers and quantities can be challenging, leading to errors, disputes, and lack of transparency, particularly as the number of contracting parties increases. Opchain Contract Manager offers a solution that checks all transactions against agreed contract terms and only allow valid ones to come through. This ensures all parties have consistent information on pricing and quantities, reducing the risk of disputes and overpayment. With a tier pricing procurement use case in particular, buyers can rely on Opchain Contract Manager to confirm their transactions follow the agreed pricing tiers and quantities, ensuring they receive the appropriate pricing for the quantity purchased. Sellers, on the other side, can use this solution to gain better visibility into pricing and quantities across all buyers, enabling them to manage their inventory and production processes more effectively. And now let's dive into the live demo of Opchain Contract Manager, handling simple tier pricing procurement use case with Fabio Mero, our software architect and tech lead. Fabio, over to you.
Thank you, Konstantin. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So today, I'm going to show how Contract Manager works in a very simple scenario of procurement with procure to pay and order to cash. In the scenario, we are going to see two different companies, a buyer and a seller, who want to reach an agreement on a particular set of conditions, and then do transactions based on this kind of agreement. So first of all, let's create a new contract. Here we are seeing our main OCM interface for creating contracts. We are logged in as the buyer, which is called BWV Enterprises in this case. Keep in mind that we are talking about entirely fictional companies here. That's a disclaimer that I have to say. Let's make a new contract. So the first screen we are presented with is a template choice screen. That's because Contract Manager offers a wide array of different contract templates that cover most of the most common use cases that you get in procurement. Here you can see a description of the use case for each template, a summary of the value proposition, so the main points in which the template is going to help, and a list of parameters that users are supposed to enter in order to configure the contract. So let's choose the tiered pricing one. Okay. And the first thing that we are asked to do is to add the contracting parties. So let's add our organization as a buyer. And let's add our partner Xorovo as a seller. Okay. Now the list of companies that you see here is here because this is the business partner network of this particular company. That means that those companies have been invited to this network. They have accepted and they are available to any kind of new agreement or new contract that this company wants to do. Okay. So we have our buyer and seller now, and we can choose the parameters. Now, being this tier pricing agreement, of course, the parameters that we are going to configure are the price tiers. So let's add an item. Our SKU can be this one. Let's call it item number 1. Okay. And we can add a few tiers. So for example, up to quantity 99, the price can be 100. And then maybe up to 499, we can have slightly less, 98. And from 500 and above, we can have 95.50. Okay. Let's put another one, maybe. Item number 2. And here we can say that up to 999, it can be $1. And for more than that, we can do 80 cents.
Really?
Okay. So we can also choose a new name for our contract. We can call it demo contract, for example. And we are pretty much set. We are ready to post our contract. Okay, as you can see, now the contract is in review. That means that it's waiting to be approved by all parties. Of course, everyone involved needs to be okay with the contract before it gets into fruition. So our other partner in the contract now has received a notification that his review is needed for a new contract. And let's log in as the seller. We are seeing our contract. We can review it. Okay. So we take a look at it. The parties are okay. We like the parameters. If there's something we want to change, we can edit it and just submit a new version of it for approval. But in this case, let's just approve it. Okay. Now the contract is approved and it's pending deployment. Okay. So what does pending deployment mean? What we're doing here is building, configuring, and deploying a zero-knowledge application made by Starlight. Now, this zero-knowledge application that we also call the app consists in a smart contract and a collection of zero-knowledge circuits that ensure that all of the business logic that works with secret data and the secret data itself is not exposed on the public blockchain network. That's because the actual contract ends up on the public blockchain. We start from a traditional, standard, regular Solidity contract, in which, with a particular syntax, we annotate the data that it's going to be secret and private. That's because in this case, for example, we don't want our competitors to be able to see our agreements. We don't want to see the price tiers. We don't want to even disclose the details of the purchase orders and invoices that we exchange. And we don't want to show the volume of items that we are transacting. Right. And we can do this by feeding this contract to Starlight and making sure that Starlight translates it into a zero-knowledge application in which all of the secret data ends up in the circuits and all of the business logic that's related to that secret data is in the sequence. Okay. Once we have that, we can safely demonstrate that our transactions are correct on the public blockchain without disclosing any data. Okay, so our contract is at the end of the deployment stage, and now it's here and it's ready to be used. What does it mean to use this contract? Okay, the way that Ops-Chain Contract Manager works, the main way it works is with ERP integration. And ERP integration works mainly with the EDI standards. We support a range of the most common EDI languages, and that means that you're pretty much be able to integrate Contract Manager seamlessly with the same kind of EDI output that you already have. Contract Manager is simply going to get these messages, to check them, certify them, and making sure that they go forward, or stop them and give a feedback on what's wrong in order for the sender to be able to amend them. Okay. In order to demonstrate this, as Paul said earlier, we created a very simple fake ERP application that represents any kind of ERP compatible with EDI. And we are ready for our procure to pay process. So we are making a new purchase order. We can choose our vendor. We choose the contract that we've just made. And we are ready to order some of our first items. We can put 99 here. So to conclude our first tier, okay, we save, and we can post the PO. Okay. What happens here is that we have created an EDI message. This is a genuine X12-850 purchase order that is going to be sent to our execution service in order to be checked. So if we go back here, we can see our dashboard. And here we have our purchase order that is pending certification. What's this certification? What we are doing here is giving the numbers of our purchase order to our contract checking functions, and making sure that the quantities are correct and that the SKUs are valid, that the SKUs are part of the contract. Okay, so this is being certified. We can see the blockchain transactions here, and we also have events emitted here. The events contain encrypted data related to this particular certification that is encrypted with the key of the receiver. That means that in this case, the seller is free to receive these events and use them to further confirm that the certification is correct and the data has not been tampered with. Okay. Now that this is certified, we can go to the seller ERP, and we can see that we've actually received the order. So this is our sales order, and this is the seller side process. So we can fulfill the order. So the ERP is going to do its thing, as always. When we are ready to send the invoice, we check the numbers. They look okay, so we can send it. Okay. And here again, we have a normal, quite simple, but real X12-810 invoice that's in the process of being certified. Okay, so we are waiting for certification here. For the invoice, we are building the zero knowledge proof now. And the checks that we are doing are, first of all, that the numbers match with the purchase order, that the quantities are correct, and that the prices match with the price tiers that we've agreed upon. So the first step is the calculation of the proof, and then the proof will be committed on the contract in the public blockchain. Okay, this is certified. So if we go back again to the buyer ERP, we can see that the invoice has been received and we are ready to pay. So that concludes the standard flow of the OCM interaction with the ERP. This is the case where everything goes well. But what about some mistakes that could happen in this process? So let's try with another purchase order, okay? Now, as you might remember, we've filled up our first tier, okay? So now if we order another batch of items, the price is going to be the second one, right? The second tier, which is 98, okay? So we save it, we post the PO, okay? We have the DI again, and here we are certifying it again. So in this case, we don't expect any problem because the numbers look good, the quantities are okay, right? And in general, the numbers of the purchase order are good. So let's wait a bit for the proof to be calculated and for the transaction to be put on chain. Okay, and this is certified. So we go again to the seller ERP. Now, what happens if the seller ERP, for some reason, doesn't handle the price tiers, or for whatever reason, there's an error in the price calculation here? For example, a very common error is that I'm putting the old price here because I'm forgetting that I've reached the second tier, right? So let's see what happens. We send the invoice, okay? And we're going to see that this is going to fail pretty quickly because the expected amount here is different from the one that we've received. So in this case, if we go to the buyer ERP, we discover that the buyer didn't receive our invoice because the invoice was not correct. Okay, so from the buyer point of view, nothing happened, there's no error, and the buyer doesn't risk paying an invoice that it's not correct. Okay, now let's go to the seller ERP again. Let's try to amend the invoice. So this should be the right price. We fulfill the order and send the invoice again. Okay. And now we are going to certify that the new invoice should be correct. This is pretty much the same kind of verification that we did earlier. So we are calculating the proof, checking the prices, and checking that the quantities are correct, and checking that the numbers are in agreement with the purchase order and with the price tiers. Okay, and very soon we should have our result. This takes a few more seconds yet. Okay, so we're good, and we are again ready to pay here with our correct invoice. And this concludes our demo. So back to you, Konstantin. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabio. Thank you, Fabio. As you can see, we've made progress, particularly in terms of privacy enablement, but we're still in early stage of making our solution enterprise ready with quite a challenging but very exciting roadmap ahead of us. At this stage, we welcome tech enthusiasts to join us as pilot customers, collaborating to shape the product and celebrate our mutual achievements. So if your company is a forward-thinking pioneer embracing cutting-edge innovations, we invite you to become a part of this transformative journey in the world of enterprise contracts. And I'd like to conclude this presentation with a quote from our blockchain global blockchain leader Paul Brody, who says, "We are moving from a world in which we have to trust people to a world in which we can trust data and the business logic that operates on that data." I truly believe that EY Option Contract Manager will play an important role in this transition. Thank you for joining us today, and let's see if we have questions. Yep. Now it's time for me to switch back to my track leader role. So let's move on to our next exciting speakers. In the next session, Denis Post, Jean-Martin Brokov, and Igor Mikhailov will present a case study on G360 DAO, discussing the key aspects of setting up a DAO from business, legal, tax, and blockchain technology perspectives. Denis Post, EY's global blockchain tax leader, is an international tax specialist in the TMT sector and is responsible for developing blockchain solutions for tax. Jean-Martin Brokov, a co-founder of G360 DAO, is an entrepreneur with a focus on internet and IT ventures, known for his creativity, analytical thinking, and commitment to fostering human relationships. But last but not least, Igor Mikhailov, a partner in emerging technology strategy at EY Parthenon, assists clients in developing decentralized business models and ecosystems using blockchain technologies and digital currencies. Denis, Jean, Igor, it's your time to shine.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Konstantin, and thank you, everybody. So, as mentioned, my name is Denis Post. I'm a tax partner in the Netherlands, been involved in the blockchain digital asset space for several years now, and it's so great to be back here at EY's Global Blockchain Summit to talk about really one of the hottest topics out there in the blockchain digital asset space, decentralized autonomous organizations. And I don't have to convince the audience today. I think that DAOs are catching on. So a reason we want to really focus on some of the challenges and opportunities that DAOs bring. But we also like to showcase that the setup of a DAO is really one of interdisciplinary collaboration. So it's not only a technology play, it's really also about the strategy side from a business perspective. And also we're going to talk about some of the tax and legal considerations that are really driving the direction of travel of a DAO. And as mentioned, I'm very appreciative to have with me here today Igor Mikhailov, a partner from EY Parthenon, Emerging Technology, and of course Jan-Martijn Brokov, the initiator from Guardian 360 DAO. Gentlemen, welcome. Are you excited for this session?
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
All right, good.
Deeper into DAOs.
All right, so why don't we dive in? So Igor, let's first over to you, and I guess we want to start with the question, you know, why would you even consider a DAO? What are some of the benefits of, you know, a DAO over traditional organizations, and talk also a little bit about some of the challenges that are out there.
Yeah, surely. So if you can whip up one of our first slides, we can go through some of the advantages that we see currently. And yeah, so basically with the currently changing business environment, with increasing digitization of business environment, we see several advantages. And first of all, it has to do with the ability of us to codify rules of engagement on chain nowadays that reduces the principal agent problem in traditional organizations. Therefore, it reduces all the frictions and reduces the time for them to align. Yeah, and next to that, it is also the ability to propose a more complete contracting model towards entities such as departments working together in a company, and also individual people, as well as automation as individual agents. So a more contracting model allows them to deliver cost and operational efficiencies. And this is a big advantage, especially now that ecosystems are digital. And within digital ecosystems, we need to drive participation in a very unpredictable way when rules change by the day. So that algorithmic ways of participation, where incentives are more aligned, contracts are more complete, deliver a lot of cost and operational efficiencies. Next to that, this approach can accelerate innovation. because this way people are more open towards the collaboration, and collaboration itself is pretty transparent. And lastly, the stakeholder participation-wise is also one big advantage, because this way the transparent model of participation, where anybody can join a DAO and deliver a certain service and yield a certain outcome from a DAO, it is also something unseen before in traditional organizational structures. And therefore, with this increasing participation and activism of stakeholders, we see as well an innovation ability and additional efficiencies. Yeah, so with this, let's have a look at the traditional organizations versus DAOs when it comes to advantages, disadvantages, and key differences. So first, let's consider hierarchical models of traditional orgs. Everything is pretty much top-down, and whereas it works in some of the smaller structures, and it works well when you're starting up, when you're growing and when you're trying to innovate, it is not often anymore an advantage. Therefore, DAOs present more of a democratic, top-down ways of working within companies. And the next point here is centralization versus decentralization. Traditional organizations are pretty centralized when it comes to execution and the power. And in case of DAOs, by design, we try to make them of high quality of governance in such a way that governance is as decentralized as possible, and decision rights are given to people and entities that should carry those decision rights. So therefore, it is by definition more decentralized and more fair in terms of the governance. The next point here is, basically private versus public nature of companies and ventures. So in traditional ventures, when they are quite private and restricted towards the external, let's say, participants, in DAOs, they are transparent and open. Of course, you can argue that dealing with commercial secrets and IP is different or more difficult this way. However, if you're able to transform your business model towards the Web3 native one, you'll see that that downside is actually not so much of a problem. So therefore, the transparency and on-chain ability to basically yield insight into what has happened over a certain time in a DAO becomes an advantage. Right? The next one is accessibility. So open participation versus invite only. So traditional orgs are pretty much invite only, whereas the DAOs are by definition open, so that in a, let's say, plain vanilla case, you're able to join any DAO and participate. Right? I think the last point here is the automation. Since we codify our rules of engagement on chain, since it becomes more transactional, less paper-based, less one-off, less sort of rare type of participation, but more frequent. We also have more opportunities there for adding additional automation capabilities in the core of our business model. And this additional automation capabilities is something that can also propel our orgs towards new levels of efficiencies. And with the new looks like everything is out, but well, maybe we should. Oh yes, there we go.
We are still here.
Yeah.
Yes,
we are
thank you.
still online.
Some of the challenges is definitely the technology. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Let's continue, Igor. So let's talk about DAOs versus traditional organizations, strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, I mean, any participants that are listening into this podcast, listening into our stream, guys, feel free to shoot any questions you have or any doubts or concerns. We'd be happy to answer those or talk about them as we progress with our session. Right, so in terms of strengths and weaknesses, let's consider side-by-side DAOs versus traditional orgs one more time, just so we nail that point, bring it home. Right, so in terms of strengths, well, clearly, the low barriers to entry is something that sets DAOs apart from traditional orgs. Yeah, you can think about it as really a strength. Speed of change, because you don't need to file anything toward the Chamber of Commerce or shareholders or anything. So algorithmically, those changes can be done quite quickly and transparently. Right? In terms of yeah, decentralized governance, we already discussed that it provides an opportunity towards a more fair type of governance, more inclusive. Yeah, so you know, smart contract-based automation coupled with this governance is also something that can yield additional efficiencies. So those are good points about DAOs. But let's think about also some of the weaknesses. Well, clearly one of the first ones are the legal uncertainty, right? Because not always, or let's maybe say rarely, somebody that creates a DAO is super sure what to do in terms of the legal foundation for a DAO. So people make them and they're like, what are we going to do about it now? Am I going to go to jail next year, or everything will be fine?
We'll cross that bridge when we get there, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, the legal uncertainty is truly a bit of an issue. Yeah, then we have things like, yeah, difficulties in terms of changing once it has been deployed, because it's a decentralized technologies, and sometimes when you have deployed it, it's hard to change it, so that you need to kind of think in advance and think right from the very beginning, typically, right? Because if you have deployed your incentivization structure, it's hard to kind of reclaim all the tokens and rebuild it. Right? Yeah, and you know, the strength in terms of the voting is also a little bit of a weakness when it comes to thinking about it from the other end. So if everyone can vote, you can also argue that, well, maybe not everyone should vote because they have no insight into what is happening over there. All right. And in terms of traditional orgs, just to quickly mention that, well, surely the strengths are it's so legal, it's sound, it's hard to go wrong, because you can always go to court, you can bring it to justice, you can raise capital more efficiently, right? Because you have access to traditional schemes of raising capital and assessing a company, assessing its worth. So from this perspective, surely traditional companies, traditional structures have a lot of weight. But yeah, when it comes to weaknesses, as we already discussed, it's kind of opaque, it's hard to change, it's slow, it is not inclusive. Right? And again, those are the ones that we are trying to counteract with the advent of DAOs.
Yeah. And Igor, I already see a question coming in, and we're going to talk about that obviously also when Jan-Martijn speaks about his experience. But the question is, you know, what are the challenges in current business ecosystems to adopt DAOs? Any initial comments already on that? Yeah, of course. So the main challenge right now is this borderline between the world of traditional business, the world of role, and the world of decentralized finance, or the world of on-chain DAOs. So everything is fine and rosy as long as this is on-chain and it's working fine because it's programmed. But the interface towards the real world is typically a challenge, because regulators and legislators have no idea and did not yet give us proper rails towards how this can be legalized as it traverses. Rainbows and unicorns, I guess. Does that sound familiar to you, Jan-Martijn?
Yeah, of course. The benefits of setting up a DAO are crystal clear, but when you're starting a DAO, you face a couple of issues. So what is really decentralization compared to distributed organizations, for example, and what is really autonomous in the case of a DAO. And when you're trying to make money, like G360 DAO aims to do, you have to deal with tax and legal and compliance issues. So Dennis, maybe you can shed a light on that. Yeah, thank you. And that's actually indeed a nice segue into, let's say, some of the tax and legal challenges around DAOs. So why don't we zoom into that a little bit? And obviously we can't touch upon all of these tax and legal challenges, so let's discuss a few here today. The first one is liability. And when we talk about liability, it's not just legal liability, because we've seen instances where regulators take positions where token holders, for example, are being held liable for the actions of a DAO. But we're also talking about tax liability, and that really comes down to the situation if
the success of a DAO is obviously hugely dependent on these legal and tax challenges, because obviously nobody wants to join a DAO if there's uncertainty, if you're being held accountable or liable or tax liable potentially for the actions of a DAO. So that is a really critical element that we need to take into consideration here. The second one, and this is also often overlooked, is around compliance and residency. And the reason why I say it's overlooked is because the initial setup of a DAO is typically focused on the token issuance itself, but not necessarily on where the operations are being done from the DAO. And obviously that is a very relevant question from a tax perspective, because we don't want a DAO to be subject to tax in multiple jurisdictions, potentially leading to double taxation, maybe even double non-taxation, which is also a challenging issue. So you need to build and factor that in. And again, this is, I think, one of the most overlooked items when it comes to the setup of a DAO. And then last but not least, obviously, the token classification. And this is obviously first and foremost a question of financial regulatory law. We've seen so many instances where the tokens are considered securities. That's obviously an issue because you're subject to additional regulation, which you don't want. So that's where we see, let's say, the landscape shifting towards utility tokens and governance tokens. But at the same time, we see this evolving over time, that DAOs are actually building in these financial elements into their utility tokens or NFT tokens, which obviously also raises the question, how does that work from a securities law perspective? Am I still within the safeguards and safe harbors of, not being subject to regulation, for that matter? And obviously there also the tax qualification of the tokens, how do we deal with this in terms of the crypto transactions, how do we tax it, what happens with airdrops, and so on and so forth. So I think it's realistic to say that we see a lot of DAOs that are currently unregistered, which means that there's no legal entity involved, or they're using third parties to do so. And we also see that some countries, and in particular some US states, have actually set up these regulatory frameworks that actually say, okay, we have for example, Utah and Wyoming in the US, they've set up specific legal frameworks where you can say, okay, this DAO under these conditions, it's considered a partnership, or you can register it as a legal entity, thereby providing a little bit more guidance on at least the starting point to treat a DAO from a legal and tax perspective. And we see also some other countries, and Switzerland and Netherlands come to mind here, but also other jurisdictions that are actually trying to fit a DAO into the existing traditional legal framework, like using foundations, and obviously also in your example, you're going to talk about that later on, a cooperative. Yeah. And also yesterday was mentioned in one of the sessions that a cooperative is potentially really good and suitable for the DAO based on the characteristics of such a DAO. All right. So ultimately, and I think this is a little bit of a balancing act, and I have to say, to some extent, people may say that a legal wrapper defeats the purpose of a decentralized autonomous organization a little bit, but at the same time, I think we need to balance, let's say, some of the tax, legal, and regulatory challenges that are out there to really enable a DAO to transact in the brick and mortar world. And you see some of the benefits here. It is definitely more legal protection, more tax certainty, ability to indeed enter into contracts in the, let's say, off-chain world. So that really ultimately is a good starting point. But as said, it is really a balancing act. It is a balancing act between, let's say, the decentralized nature of a DAO and the centralized activities of a legal wrapper. And of course, Jan-Martijn, I really liked, I took it from your white paper where you actually said, centralize what you must, decentralize what you can. And I think that is spot on when it comes to this topic. So I think the audience really is curious to hear your story. So why don't we just dive in? But maybe to start with, talk a little bit. Where did you come up with the idea of a DAO?
Yeah, so I'm the founder and managing director of Guardian 360. That's a Dutch information security firm. And almost 2 years ago, we detected or we noted that there was an increase in cybercrime. And despite the attention to information security and awareness and cybercrime, the problem only seems to grow. And in fact, in my opinion, it's too big to handle by a single corporation like my own company, but also companies within my sector. So therefore, I thought we need to embrace the wisdom of the crowd, get people from all over the world involved to come up with a solution, to discuss solutions, but also build solutions. And why shouldn't they own the solution then as well and govern the solution? And that's where our adventure began, Dennis.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I think let's go to the next slide where we actually see, let's say, the various parties that come into play here. Let's see if we can get that slide up. I think it's this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is maybe a complicated slide, but talk us through what's going on. What is depicted here?
Yeah. What you see on the slide is the community of G260 DAO on the right side, and what you can see in the center is the DAO itself with the DAO treasury and all the smart contracts. On the left side, you see the contributors to the DAO, so like hackers, developers, but also competitors within our sector. So Guardian 260 BV from the Netherlands will participate, but we encourage other organizations within our sector and also competitors to join G260 DAO to build together solutions. And on the right side, you see the clients. So we want to involve customers and clients as well. And they can, of course, buy and obtain services. But they are also allowed to think and discuss with the other participants on what to develop. And they can vote on what to develop. And the products and the services that the DAO will develop will be sold via a marketplace. And in our market approach, we decided on to first embrace a Web 2 business model, a traditional marketplace, but we call it the Lightnet marketplace. It's the opposite from the Darknet marketplaces on the Darknet. And we bring together demand and supply. Mm-hmm. And all Web3-minded developers, hackers, but other security experts and enthusiasts are encouraged to join the DAO. And at the bottom of the graph, you see the investors, because we need funding to fill the treasury to be able to develop products and services. Any investors can make a good return. Well, we think they can. And at the bottom, you see the cooperative legal wrapper, because we believe that you need a legal wrapper to be able to, well, pay taxes, for example, but also get insured and other things in place you need when you're trying to sell stuff and making money.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also see a question already coming in. There's actually also a nice segue into the next slide, because this is obviously the ecosystem that you're thinking of. And then, obviously the hardest part then kicks in. How do these parties all collaborate? And the question that comes in is that, what role do the tokens play in DAOs, and how are they used for governance and decision making? And let's go to the next slide and really, try to amplify that with your real life example here.
Yeah. Well, in a typical DAO, every participant gets one token, or one token per he or she buys. And the token represents the voting power within the DAO. And that might be a good thing, but also gives a lot of challenges, because when someone buys, for example, over 50% of the tokens, then he can influence all decisions, or maybe take all decisions by themselves. Also within DAOs, if you want everybody involved in every vote, people tend to become voter fatigue, and they don't vote anymore. So they can vote, but they don't vote anymore. What we did to prevent those things from happening is we invented a unique governance framework that only involves the whole community when it comes to strategic voting, and leaves all operational voting for the operational teams. So for example, when developers want to decide on what language to use or what tooling to use, they don't have to include the whole community to take that decision. But when the whole community should be involved, regarding votes on investments from the treasury or something like that, yeah, then it's a strategic vote. And you see on screen the 3 token types we came up with. These 3 represent the buckets, we call them. And together they represent the 100% voting power on a strategic level. And every bucket or every token needs at least one other token or one other bucket to get 50% of more of the votes. So in this example, an investor is not able to push his voting through and leave the clients and contributors in the dark.
Mm-hmm. So I see also a question come in. You probably have some thoughts on this as well, Jan-Martijn. So how can individuals participate and contribute to a DAO, and what are the incentives for their involvement? So maybe let's take an example. Let's take an ethical hacker in country A that wants to contribute to your DAO. How would that work in practice?
Yeah. In two ways. We envision that someone with skills and time, but not a lot of money to invest, can participate in G360 DAO by simply investing that time in creating products and getting some funding in return. So he or she is paid for the work they do. And next to that, a hacker or developer builds up a reputation in the DAO. And the reputation also gives them more voting power and gives them access to specific circles or other groups within the DAO. So in that way, people can benefit from joining the DAO.
Mm-hmm. Can they become more like owners with time if they do good work?
Yeah, well, in the end, everybody is owner of the DAO.
Yes.
So yeah.
That's the important point here. So this whole shift towards, if you are doing something good for the venture, then you're becoming an owner partly, as opposed to what happens in the traditional world.
Yeah, and also when you compare it with open source development, for example, we think it's really important that people are getting fairly paid for their work, and they don't have to do it in their free time. They have to pay the mortgage or the rent. Mm-hmm. And I think that's also a benefit of this approach.
Yeah, okay. So I see another question come in, and maybe, Igor, you have some thoughts on this. So what mechanisms do we see in place to resolve conflicts or disagreements within a DAO? So conflict or dispute resolution in a DAO, how do you view this?
Yeah, so there's actually a whole plethora of different solutions available. Some of them are still being researched. So in a plain vanilla DAO, surely something like a prisoner's dilemma is an entirely possible situation. So people are sort of benefiting negatively from collaboration. But to counteract that, we have different mechanisms in place. So for example, to make sure that the voting is more or less even and nobody's hoarding voting rights, there are mechanisms like quadratic voting, right? So that your function of how much tokens you own is decreased in a quadratic way on the basis of the tokens you own, right? So that you're not able to sort of overpower other people, right? Another option is overall the approach with algorithmic courts, whereas we have traditional courts in the world of incomplete traditional contracts. In the world of more complete algorithmic contracts that we use in DAOs, there are things like algorithmic courts that can partially help you to resolve your issues, do sort of kind of early stage arbitration online, right? And those are run by individual international authorities that want to also develop themselves in the world of DAOs and in the world of algorithmic companies. Mm-hmm. So I think those approaches make sense, and you see that they resemble a lot what's happening in the traditional world, right? And of course, additional mechanisms that are borrowed from the traditional world of politics, like multiple chambers of voting, multiple stages of voting, is also what can be used However, always we need to take into consideration the complexity of the implementation versus the appetite to use it. So we should not overkill that implementation with a super intricate way of transitioning your votes towards a decision, because then nobody will be using it. And this is one of the main issues in the world of DAOs currently. Right? So always balance, decentralize progressively. So start simple and then upgrade your contract, decentralize progressively, and be aware of the tools at disposal, plus be aware of third-party resolution engines such as the algorithmic courts.
Yeah. And look at other DAOs and how they have their governance in place.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember, Jan-Martijn, we also had the conversation about the legal wrapper, and obviously, you know, centralize what you must. And in that sense, obviously also that, you know, voting rights for the token holders is great, but obviously you don't want the DAO to be obliged to do something illegal.
No.
So I guess that's also a balancing act between what is, let's say, the role and responsibility of the legal wrapper versus the token community, if you will, right?
Yeah, and that's why we introduce a council that has the obligation to check if proposals are illegal or conflicting with the law, for example.
Because in theory, the community could say we want to go left, where that's maybe illegal or contradictory to tax laws or other laws, for example. And you don't want that to happen, right?
No, it's illegal to do that. So, and you don't want to be all members of the DAO to be personal liable for that kind of decisions.
That's a good question here as well, right?
Yeah, okay, we see another really cool question. For anyone, Igor, Jan-Martijn, that wants to take this, how does a DAO handle funds and financial management, and what measures are taken to ensure security and prevent misuse?
This is a very good question. So in a perfect world, of course, DAO is acting the same way as traditional organization in a super clean manner, compliant with all the laws and regulations. But this is not possible. Why is this not possible? Well, partly because we are trying to innovate here. So existing legislation is not one-to-one applicable. So there is massive gray area in terms of how to handle it. In terms of operational handling, of course, you have multi-signature types of wallets very often. So your DAO participants, the, let's say, management team, so to say, is controlling the wallets that can receive or send funds, right? And then typically you need to have several signatures for funds to be sent somewhere, which makes it safer. So there is no one person that can spend it super quickly. But you need to think in advance when you're setting this up. So a notice, for example, have a solution like that. However, once again, I've seen many times funds sent, received, paid in a way that is by no means compliant with traditional tax and legal regulations. However, you know, again, existing legislation such as MiCA in Europe, of course, US-based legislation, does not necessarily cover how this should be handled and does not prescribe it. So that, again, a massive gray area based a lot on the ethical compass, so to say, of people that create DAOs and participate in DAOs. I think many of them are thinking about it as, well, I of course leave traces because nobody can erase what happens on chain, so I need to act in accordance with my ethical values and with what I think is legal, and they participate in transactions without the necessary legal framework today. Right? So that's what I see.
Yeah, and what we do within G360 DAO, we have the central treasury of the DAO, and only money or tokens can be retrieved from that after a strategic vote. And we aim to have at least one strategic vote each year for the funding allocation. And funds will be allocated to circles, and within the circles, the people can decide themselves how to handle those funds. So they have a lot of trust and autonomy to take decisions. But of course, within a year, there is a next strategic vote. And maybe then the community decides not to assign a lot of funds to the developers, because the rest of the community thinks they didn't assign the funding in the right way. So there are some checks and balances in that way, but on the other hand, it requires trust in the community, and you basically want to give that trust to the participants.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. I see another question comes in. That's actually music to my ears, I have to say.
Something to do with tax, I
yeah.
guess. Yeah.
How do you envision the legal and tax implications of DAOs evolving in the future, given their decentralized nature? And this is a great question, I have to say. And I see what I see in practice is that so many DAOs initially were set up, and you could spin up a DAO in an instant, right? And people are not necessarily thinking about tax and legal implications, and I guess rightfully so, because you want to focus on the business. And then the first question that people were thinking of when it comes to compliance was obviously the token qualification and securities law, and that's where we saw a lot of DAOs being incorporated. On maybe some sunny islands where there is, let's say, you could spin up a DAO and not be subject to any regulations there. I think that is shifting now in a way that people are realizing that this is only half of it in terms of the setup of a DAO, because, as mentioned earlier, you also need to think about where your operations are being located, and that is a very relevant question from a tax perspective, because you don't want what we call in the world of tax nexus in several countries where multiple tax jurisdictions could say that we want a piece of the pie. You want to have clarity on that, and obviously if you have operations there, then it's fine. But if you are all over the place in a way, so I think that's where we see where these legal wrappers definitely provide a little bit more guidance, because in any case, then the starting point is that legal wrapper and where it's incorporated. And obviously then we still look at mind and management of such a company and how it's being operated. But in any case, that's a good starting point. On the legal side, I think what is happening, obviously there is a little bit more clarity in the EU now with MiCA coming up and token qualification and so on and so forth. I think that's already quite helpful. What we see there is obviously the initial reaction from most of the DAOs is that people want to avoid being subject to heavy regulations. So they are actually building in or making distinctions between the tokens and the token qualifications and the features. And I think also yesterday in one of the sessions, it was really, it came up right in a cooperative model. Maybe you should really make a distinction between the governance token holders and the investors and have separate roles for that, and maybe have non-transferable tokens in a way. I also see in practice that, as mentioned earlier, that some DAOs are actually trying to build in some financial elements into NFTs or utility tokens. So that is shifting a bit, and obviously then it gets a little bit blurry. So that will probably lead to some uncertainty for sure over time. But so it's evolving. But I think, let's say, the DAOs that were set up like a year ago, unregistered and, no focus at all on the tax and legal consequences, I think that is starting to shift, and really people are being more mindful of those.
So is this in general bad practice to set up a DAO in a jurisdiction where you have no business, just out of trying to leverage the local favorable laws?
Yeah, so again, from a token issuance perspective, I can definitely see the reasoning behind it, but from a tax perspective, it's more complicated than that. I guess where it becomes challenging is that to the extent that the activities of the DAO, for example, if it's a DeFi protocol, it's obviously from a tax perspective already quite complex to assess, where are these activities actually taking place and who's actually behind that. I think that is I would say a problem that is not specific to DAOs, but I guess it's more broadly around the decentralized nature of crypto assets more broadly.
Right, yeah. It's the same for distributed organizations, I guess.
Yeah. So there's another question coming in, and keep those questions coming. I love it.
Yeah.
So I don't know who wants to take this, but could DAO owners sell their tokens, creating more of a shareholder ownership through token ownership, or would it be prohibitive as a token owner signed agreement?
Okay, let me start with a lawyer answer. It depends.
It depends. Oh, yeah, my goodness! You learned.
It depends on the type of the token. So I mentioned before, within G260 DAO, we have some tokens you can earn by providing services and investing your time. And these tokens are reputation tokens, and these are not transferable. So those are always bound to a wallet address of a specific person. However, we also thought about investors, and they want to make money and want to be able to trade their tokens, and therefore we came up with investor tokens. So yeah, that's where it depends on. If you bought the token and it's tradable, yeah, then you can do it. If you earned it in another way, in our DAO, it's hard.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Noted, thank you.
But can you still buy all of them potentially and just be
Well,
a whale?
Yeah, well, no,
Guardian
then
360 DAO.
Guardian 360 BV has to sell all their tokens as well. Yeah, but then again, you only have the investor bucket under control. And that's not enough to push your way for strategic votes.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
But it is possible, yeah.
Okay, so Igor, I see another interesting question, and I know we've jointly done some research on this, identifying the and trying to map out really the DAO landscape. So the question is, what types of companies are well suited for DAO structures? And talk a little bit about size, market, industry.
Yeah. Well, in terms of suitability, I think the number one question, again, as we understood, that a major limiting factor for DAOs is this traversing from the world of smart contracts to the world of actual financial assets, to the world of actually machines, to the world of people. Right? So the less we have those boundaries to traverse, the more suitable is a particular industry or particular company for a transformation using a DAO. Right? So that if it can be kept largely algorithmic, and it happens to be a lot finance, right? Because in financial industry, everything is pretty much algorithmic already for a while. Banks and smaller companies and fintechs and neobanks have interfaces and APIs that can be used. So they, in particular, are pretty good targets for being innovated using a DAO. Maybe you can consider an example, Coinbase versus Uniswap. Right? So, of course, with a certain stretch, you can think about them as similar businesses, but again, it's a business of digital asset exchange. Assets are digital, exchange can be codified on chain. Therefore, it's a good business to be transformed using a DAO. Right? And on the contrary, if you take something like, I don't know, leasing house spaces or apartments, this is more difficult because you have a lot of interaction with the real world, which requires a lot of people participating in there, which sort of negates the quality of incremental and frequent collaboration within the sequence of smart contracts. So in that case, that would be on the opposite. So that for me would be the key consideration.
Yeah, and I think it's also, over time, it will probably evolve, right, and converge with the traditional market. Because, and just as an example, we saw like 1 or 2 months ago, we saw this traditional US life sciences company actually starting to invest in a DAO. So, right, so we see that traditional world is converging with the world of DAOs.
No doubt, yeah. And it's very important to note once again that it is not possible to dump blockchain as an underlying technology for a DAO in a traditional company and expect things to just suddenly become excellent or different or just more innovative or whatnot, because all it will do is it will be just slower and more expensive. So always when you consider a DAO-based transformation, it has to go hand in hand with business model innovation, right? So you need to think about how do I create different value within my network of partners, competitors, suppliers, and buyers. So how do I create and capture value differently now? How can it be more transactional? How can it be less sort of long-term? How can it be motivated in a different sense, not through licenses and maybe longer-term agreements, but more through token economics and little transactions? So the model changes, therefore the business needs to change as well to be able to benefit from it.
Yeah, and the leadership, they have to embrace the whole community thinking instead of staying attached to shares and the shareholder value approach. Yeah,
the participation. I'm hoping that the years of sort of shareholder return maximization are counted And now we are in a more enlightened and inclusive world with DAOs, where every participant, depending on their merit, can become a shareholder.
Yeah.
I think this is a fair and inclusive way of advancing the business environment further. Maybe that's the foundation of capitalism 2.0, if you will.
Love it.
Nice.
Love it. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think we're almost at time. So I think it's time to wrap up. But so we talked about the why DAO question, obviously a very fundamental question. We've talked about some of the benefits of DAOs over traditional organizations, the tax and legal consequences, and I would also emphasize the interdisciplinary collaboration that is really necessary in order to make a DAO thrive, right? And and again, I think if there's only one thing that the audience will take away, and let's hope it will be, centralize what you must and decentralize what you can. I love that sentence. So let's give the two final thoughts, Igor. So do you think that DAOs are going to thrive in the future?
I think there is no question about it. As business becomes more driven by digital ecosystems, which are living creatures, which change every day, which become increasingly more digitized, absolutely DAOs is the means of facilitating those faster transitions and facilitating the new generation of competitiveness, more inclusive, quicker, and more enlightened.
All right, great. Jan-Martijn, you've embarked on this DAO journey. You're still looking for investors. People can reach out to you, obviously. You came, you saw. Will you conquer in the world of DAOs?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm confident. And I really like the theme of this week, build together. Within G260 DAO, we want to build together. And you mentioned investors, but we're also looking for developers, hackers, security experts. So please go to g260dao.io and embark on this journey.
Yeah, so what great last words. And then I think with that, we've come to the end of this session. So I think we're moving over to our next session, which is all about cooperatives. I think it's a common theme throughout collaboration. So thank you, everyone. And let's move over to our next speaker, Tyler.
Thanks, guys. It was a really interesting discussion. We're going to have a short 10 minutes break and show a brief video, and we'll come back in 10 minutes.
All right, great. Fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Hello all, JT here. I'm a moderator and contributor for ETH Finance, an exceptional Ethereum Reddit community. The ETH Finance community and our related EV Mavericks DAO has several contributors who are notables in the space currently. Our contributors care deeply about alignment and values when it comes to the Ethereum public mainnet, and we appreciate the opportunity EY has given our members over the years to take part in the summits. One such individual is Logri the Bard. Logri has written a piece for ETH Finance and curates his long-form pieces on his site, tokenomicsexplained.com. Today, he dives into human coordination. Let's check it out. I've written before about crypto and human coordination and why it is my favorite leg of the rabbit hole. A lot of the work to date on this topic is on deciding relative balances of power between key actors via token distributions, identifying all the necessary actors of a system and ensuring they are fairly compensated and cannot profit from misbehavior, and creating systems to encourage voter participation such as delegation and bribe systems. There is an implicit step before all of that wherein an organization needs to agree on what it is trying to achieve and critically how it should go about achieving it. This is the value alignment process. It is a never-ending affair, and it's a predecessor to all other actions of an organization. Once upon a time in MakerDAO, after a Black Swan event wiped out many of their early users, the DAO was faced with a decision on whether to reimburse those affected. They decided not to. They then had to decide what was more important between peg stability and decentralization. They chose peg stability and created the peg stability module, also known as PSM. To this day, I still disagree with both of those decisions, but regardless of how I feel, the the DAO had to wrestle with controversial values, reach a consensus, and then act. How to enshrine values into a system varies greatly by each system, but I think it's worth reviewing some of the methods we've seen so far, what is good and bad about them, and how we might be able to improve upon them. Some systems are able to enshrine their values in code. For example, Ethereum, when forced to tackle the scalability trilemma, chose decentralization and security over scalability. These values are encoded in the gas market and block sizes. Solana went the other path. Earlier in its history, Ethereum was forced to choose between finality and ethics. Look up Ethereum Classic. We chose ethics. Judging by the relative adoption of Ethereum versus Ethereum Classic, this was apparently the more widely supported choice by a majority of node owners, app developers, and companies. Behind these decisions is what we commonly call Layer 0. This is one of the most fragile parts of the Ethereum ecosystem and one that we have to maintain constant vigilance on. The value alignment process for Ethereum can basically be described as a vacuum, where a process should be. How does one become part of the Layer 0 set of actors? Basically, you post in ETH Finance, attend events like HodlerCon, meet or influence the right people, attend core dev calls, write ERCs, get involved. You go down the rabbit hole and get involved. In more traditional power structures, where value alignment decides the strategy of something but not necessarily its implementation, it is more normal for the value alignment process to take place by delegation and hierarchical decomposition. It is infeasible to coordinate an organization the size of a nation state using an open mic system or social media upvotes. So we tackle this complexity using walled gardens and hierarchies. Within a corporation, the primary organization of this hierarchy is what I refer to as the pyramid of subordination. This structure prevents bystander syndrome by assigning accountability for each task, ensures each person is qualified for the job using social attestation system in the local vicinity of the pyramid, such as interviews, and generally organizes people to act towards a unified goal. It is efficient when done well. The military uses similar structure for the same reasons. It also doubles as a more efficient value alignment system than I've seen in DAOs. When there is a disagreement, this structure provides an escalation process amongst direct reports, peers, and superiors within the pyramid of subordination. If a matter isn't satisfactorily resolved by those initially involved, it escalates up to the C-level personnel, who serve as the ultimate authority for the values of the organization. By the time it reaches them, there are almost certainly multiple valid strategies that could be taken that they are deciding between. This is exactly the primary value of C-level personnel. They embody the values of an organization. So what are the problems with this design? What are we hoping to improve with Web3 technologies? Well, the problem begins just above the pyramid of subordination. As we've seen in the US in the past 50 years, using highly liquid capital as the ultimate authority source in the system has led to the pursuit of short-term profits at the detriment of all other factors. Shareholders care about their share price and dividends above all other factors, so they appoint C-level personnel and structure their compensation to reflect this desire. As a result, companies destroy the environment, have little to no regard for their employees' well-being, subjugate their local communities, pursue one merger and acquisition after another in order to form a too-big-to-fail monopoly, and exploit every financial and political system they can to stifle competition and create power imbalances in their favor. From a game theory perspective, this is the expected outcome of this design. It is Moloch in action. As our society increasingly organizes itself into these ever-growing capital-hungry behemoths, you would think companies would be beholden to customers, but the customer has no influence in this power structure other than to take business elsewhere. Sadly, working to stifle competition and reduce customer choice is often more effective for companies than working to improve the customer experience or provide a better product. So, The first thing to improve is to create structures for value alignment that are able to embody a wider diversity of values without sacrificing organizational efficiency. The second thing to improve is resilience. This structure is fallible to key man syndrome. It is optimized for efficiency, not resilience. When one person has the full autonomy to do something, it becomes ripe for corruption and/or enforcement pressures. The larger the set of people that need to consent to something, the harder it becomes to form a conspiracy to make any decision that does not align with the DAO consensus mission. If we can only succeed at improving these two facets of organizations, crypto would already be world-altering, indispensable technology. But we are working on so much more than that. We are working on ways to divorce capital from influence, remove the walled garden around the value alignment system, fight any and all forms of coordination failures, and novel ways of incentive alignment that can change human behavior at scale so that our societal values more closely align with those of our dominant power structures. It is basically impossible to be against this ethically once you understand it. The most bullish thing for Ethereum is to be understood. Thank you, Logri the Bard, for your gift to this year's EY Global Blockchain Summit. On behalf of the 2023 EY Global Blockchain Summit, ETH Finance, and the EV Mavericks DAO, my name is JT. Cheers and big hugs from Kansas City.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a minor change in our agenda as our next speaker, Tyler Morey, is having a bit of difficulties with setting up his sound system. So we hand it over to our keynote speaker, and for this session we are honored to have Evan Sheikh Usman, a distinguished expert in the field of social justice and blockchain technologies. Evan is currently the director of the Blockchain Law for Social Good Center at the University of San Francisco School of Law and has been instrumental in establishing groundbreaking initiatives such as World Economic Forum's Crypto Sustainability Coalition and the Crypto Impact and Sustainability Accelerator. In her keynote on Blockchain for Social Good, Evan will delve into innovative system-driven approaches that tackle sustainability, equity, and ethical challenges. Evan, we are excited to hear your thought-provoking insights. Please take over.
Great. Thank you so much, Constantine. And thank you so much to the EY team for providing space for this topic at this convening. In regards to the structure of the conversation today, we're going to start off with setting the foundation for the topic. So we're going to be looking at the ESG challenges, how blockchain can address those challenges. We'll then look into 2 blockchain for social good use cases to help illustrate how this technology and ESG can effectively work together. Then I'll share what my organization is doing to add value to this nexus. And then we'll wrap up with some key takeaways. The 4 objectives for this conversation that you should be walking away with is identifying the fundamental challenges in the ESG ecosystem, exploring the unique features of blockchain technology that can effectively address those challenges, and discussing what blockchain implementation means for broader sustainability efforts. And then we'll close out with learning a little bit about what the Blockchain Law for Social Good Center is doing at this nexus. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. So ESG has become one of the most discussed and debated topics of the past several years, and rightly so, right? It's a multi-trillion-dollar market that, regardless of where you fall on the spectrum of more or less supportive of the idea, will nonetheless be key to supporting this transition to a greener and more sustainable future. However, the high uncertainty around interest rates today, along with the prospects of a looming recession and political polarization, has put the future of ESG under a tremendous amount of pressure and has not brought the world any more closer to achieving its net zero objectives. Now, there are several drivers behind this wave of pressure. The combination of the impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, rising inflation, and clusters of populism emerging in different parts of the world is shifting our current macroeconomic and geopolitical context, which, of course, in turn impacts how investors think. Further compounding this issue are the antiquated interpretations of what is and is not materially significant in relation to an investment manager's fiduciary duty. This, in effect, has made it difficult to communicate the real value of ESG. The term has become fraught with so many shades of meaning that the simple good business message is often lost, thus leading to its now relatively controversial reputation. So in turn, regulatory bodies around the world are placing increasing scrutiny on that controversial reputation and putting enforcement in place on ESG. Now, regulations governing ESG globally are highly fragmented, as all of you already may know, and of course vary in maturity depending on where you look. We see that Europe is taking a very proactive stance that encompasses unified legislation between both legislators and regulators, as well as the cultural emphasis and focus on resilience building. In the United States, the Securities and Exchange Commission's rigorous ESG agenda has been met with a lot of pushback and has suffered momentum amidst growing polarization on the matter within US politics. And we're already seeing this level of pushback materialize at the US local level, where several states like Texas, Florida, Kansas, and Kentucky, for example, have all taken actions to restrict investment in specific companies based on ESG performance. All of this is to say that the current geopolitical, macroeconomic, and of course, very convoluted regulatory landscape all add more layers to an already complex set of ESG challenges. So let's get into what those are. And please do keep in mind that I know that I'm preaching to the choir on some of these concepts, but for the sake of time, we're just going to list out some of those challenges. It's by no means exhaustive, and let's get into it. So challenge number one, and this is a no-brainer, but ESG standards and regulations are inconsistent. They're opaque, making it costly to navigate and undermines trust in ESG. Challenge number two, after outlining ESG goals and identifying which frameworks to adhere to, organizations need to determine where that data will be sourced. But the problem is that many organizations don't know exactly what data to measure. So is it wage or diversity data, third-party vendor compliance data? And then there is the issue around where the data will be stored. And while almost all companies use some kind of financial reporting software, at least we hope, right, for financial data reporting, according to a survey conducted by the Open Compliance and Ethics Group, it was found that just 9% of all organizations surveyed actively, use software that supports data collection, analysis, and reporting on ESG. So these results would suggest that many organizations still can't get over the data hurdle when it comes to ESG. Challenge number three, progress related to ESG is difficult to define. It's difficult to uphold and measure because there is no consensus on what getting it right actually means and what that looks like at this point. And lastly, the general lack of transparency, integrity, and confidence in setting high standards for ESG compliance. So this has led to fundamental questions, as you see on your screen, related to consumer trust, resilience, and of course, reputational risk. So given these challenges, how can emerging technologies like blockchain be leveraged to address some of the pain points stifling progress in ESG? Well, let's start off with what it is. And apologies to those who already know everything and anything that has to do with the technology, but I think it's important to not assume everyone has the same level of familiarity, especially given the magnitude of an audience that EY has for this event. So blockchain works as an assurance of accuracy and transparency of data due to its tamper-resistant nature. It is a decentralized database of records, or in other words, blocks, which can only be updated once all the other blocks authenticate this change. This ensures the accuracy of all of the stored data. So what are the features that make this technology an effective service provider to ESG? Well, its ability to track, trace, store, and securely share that data that underpins the implementation and success of sustainability, diversity, and social impact projects, programs, and policies means that blockchain is uniquely positioned to, one, transform the way we address looming global challenges, and two, improve current processes and systems by acting as a digital enabler across the infrastructure value chain. And we're seeing a number of these use cases that showcase blockchain's unique features being pushed into ESG service, like in the tokenization of forests for trading as carbon offsets, food provenance to protect endangered species, certificates of origin for green power, rewards for greenhouse gas reductions, power sharing. I mean, the list goes on. And I believe that by pushing the unique features of blockchain technology into ESG service, we would see a number of improvements. And please do take in mind that as I list these out, it will be a little out of order on what you see on your screen, but hey, we're keeping everyone on their toes. So improvement number one, data accuracy and reliability. Blockchain technology can very easily automate the process of ESG data aggregation and reconciliation, reducing the need for manual data entry and processing, which in turn should minimize the risk of errors and inconsistencies. Improvement number two, we would see increased accountability in ESG reporting by making it more difficult to manipulate data. So once a record has been added to the blockchain, it cannot be altered or deleted without the agreement of all of the parties involved. And this makes it a lot more difficult for companies to misrepresent their ESG performance or engage in greenwashing, as their claims can be independently. Improvement number three, we would see an unprecedented level of trust, transparency, and traceability in supply chains. So a company can use blockchain to track the origin and supply chain of raw materials to ensure they are ethically and sustainably sourced and have a low environmental impact. And a company can also track the progress of and changes to the materials as they move through the supply chain, ensuring transparency and accountability. This can also help many companies proactively identify potential ESG risks and opportunities within their supply chains and take action to address them. And improvement number four, we would see the development of a fairer playing field, which would address the issue of accessibility, equity, and participation in ESG, and as a result would give investors, employees, and consumers real choice in deciding who to invest in, work for, and ultimately buy from, which in effect has a positive impact on market efficiency. Now, with all of this being said, and I apologize for not having a slide on this particular portion of the segment, but blockchain is, of course, not without its own challenges. And this presentation is hardly the place where I'm saying that is the silver bullet to solve all of the world's problems. We haven't seen that across any of the panels either. The issue regarding energy consumption, however, is one that has taken center stage, as everyone, I hope, already knows, and is a valid concern for many. But in order to understand its environmental impact, it's important to understand also the operating inputs that this technology requires. So cryptocurrencies use distributed systems to store and transfer ownership securely through a cryptographic process based on complex computations. This is a method to ensure that the blockchain network is secure and cannot be manipulated. Now, there are many different methodologies to control how the network agrees to update Bitcoin. Hope everyone at least knows that, about Bitcoin, for example. I mean, it uses the proof of work methodology where anonymous miners around the world compete to add a set of proposed transactions as a new block to the network by solving a mathematical challenge whose complexity is adjusted with respect to the computational power available. This consensus methodology does indeed eat up a lot of energy, but the industry has already taken steps towards leveraging alternative consensus mechanisms that are less energy intensive. We saw this with Ethereum, for example, making that transition from proof of work to proof of stake in September of last year. We are also seeing a number of other consensus methodologies emerge, like proof of space, time, and sustainability. So the efforts are being made to address this challenge that continuously gets sensationalized across headlines. But I'd like to say that what tends to get missed in these types of debates, and I'm raising this in this presentation because I wouldn't put it past anyone to ask a question related to this topic, is the societal value of blockchain technology and how much it actually is helping over half of the global population that live in partly free societies or some form of authoritarianism with little to no equal protection of civil liberties and economic freedoms. Crypto provides an alternative financial system for a lot of people in those circumstances, and that is something we often forget amidst these sensationalized headlines and just looking at this topic from a privileged developed market perspective. So as we take into consideration the social and economic value of blockchain technology, as well as the unique features that it has that can help to address some of the challenges that we see in the ESG ecosystem, I encourage organizations, a lot of which are in the audience, I'm sure, to consider a new way of thinking about what good, responsible growth means and how their ESG responsibility can be in many ways amplified in a positive way through blockchain. And I know that when companies are confronted with the reality of implementing blockchain into their sustainability agenda, the question of economics, of course, always comes up. Who is going to pay for this thing? And to that I say, well, every one of us has to pay for it. We have to pay for it through purpose. Organizations need to understand that consumers, investors, and other stakeholders have the power of choice, and they are choosing products and services from organizations that have proven their commitment to the environment and to social good. So organizations need to reimagine how they implement ESG strategies that really encapsulate this new culture. The acceleration by which blockchain technology is advancing and is one that is absolutely here to stay, and really think about how you can intertwine the best of both worlds for the betterment of the world. All right, so I'd actually like to pause here and get a pulse check from the audience on the following question. I believe a poll should be coming up on either your screen or your respective device. Would you, or are you already considering incorporating, let's say, elements of blockchain technology into your current ESG strategy? And we'll wait for that to be pulled up. Okay. Give people a moment to do that. Great. So as people are responding to that survey, which should be interesting to look at later on, let's take a look at a few use cases, which was promised at the beginning of the presentation. So let's take a look at reseed. So reseed is, yes, okay. So for reseed, what they've done is place a value on carbon as an asset, pay farmers for that asset, and have created an entire marketplace to generate the demand for that asset that reseed then brings to market to investors, to companies, and to individuals who want to reduce their carbon footprint. Now, you're probably thinking, where's the blockchain part in all of this? Well, without getting too much into the weeds, the first step is that farmers first download the reseed app, where they enter data about their farm. And all of that data is then written onto the blockchain. And the next step of this process is that that data is then verified by satellite data, blockchain, and AI technology that basically helps reseed to verify and quantify the amount of carbon that the farmer who submitted the data actually has on their land. Now, reseed repeats this process every 6 months, and that's how they keep track of the carbon offsets, or assets rather, and they can swiftly pay farmers directly through that app, which again gets recorded onto the blockchain so that investors can easily track and see the transactions being made. Now, each metric ton of carbon that is recorded in the app is tokenized, which means that the token is based on a real world asset, which is the carbon that the farmers are collecting, that Reseed is verifying. And basically those tokenized assets are then brought to the market through the Reseed marketplace. And then immediately upon the sale of the tokens, the farmers get paid and the process continues to repeat itself year after year. And I would absolutely urge the audience to go ahead and check out the work that they do, because they have clips and stories from a lot of the different farmers that they work with, and provide statistics that I think is really, open and compelling to really how their impact is materializing in people's own lived experiences. And the last part of this work that I find really great is that Reseed splits all the gross revenue, which is the total amount paid for a carbon credit, equally with farmers. They get 50% of the gross revenue of every metric ton of carbon sold, and an additional 30% of the gross revenue goes to cover farmers' support services, which include local agricultural technical support, carbon smart farm planning, MRV costs, and so on. And, I really like this use case because it leverages blockchain technology to amplify the work that farmers are already doing. It puts money in farmers' pockets, and all of this in efforts to reduce the carbon offsets that get released into the environment. And I think that that's a really great way to think about how we can leverage this technology. It isn't technology first, it's what are the lived experiences of people first, and then how can the technology can come in and amplify what's being done and help to really elevate the people that often get sidelined from some of these sustainability design choices. Another compelling use case is plastics with a K. This is a company that has created a verifiable and transparent plastic recovery platform utilizing blockchain and NFT technology that allows companies to directly support recovery projects around the world that are focused on removing plastic waste from the environment in regions that lack the infrastructure to effectively do it themselves. And what's great about this company is that each time plastic is recovered by a recovery project that is on the blockchain, a plastic recovery NFT is created and credited to a real-time sustainability dashboard on Plastic's platform. So there you can actually see all the data for the plastic recovery and recycling that you invested in. And because the platform is powered by blockchain technology, of course, all the transactions are visible, traceable, and auditable. So it's really cool to kind of see, where your investment's going and how that really is having a global impact over time. And to date, Plastics has already recovered over 140 million in plastic waste around the world. Now, I can go on about Reseed and Plastics, but the truth is that there are a number of really notable projects that are leveraging blockchain for good across the E, S, and the G, and that are really driving efficiencies within businesses and communities while also cutting emissions, improving accessibility, and reducing inequality. So given this, there's another pulse check from the audience. Another polling question that should come up on your screen or device is, would you consider partnering with a blockchain company, or rather collaborating with a blockchain company or Web3 entity to help optimize your ESG strategy? So we'll give folks a moment to do that. Okay. And here is where I wanted to actually get into what my organization is doing around some of these use cases around blockchain for social goods. So we are exploring a number of projects like the ones you've heard about today as part of our mission to educate and train law students, lawyers, entrepreneurs, ESG leaders, as well as policymakers and government officials at the federal, state, and local levels on the socially beneficial use cases that lie at the intersection of blockchain law and technology. And as we sit down with policy enforcers, as we talk to other educators, the question always comes up like, hey, you're talking about blockchain, where are the use cases? Where's the stories? How can I actually see that this is providing value to people's lives? And that's exactly the work that we're doing. we realize that in order for ESG conscious blockchain entrepreneurs to continue the important work that they're doing in service to our economy, society, and planetary ecosystem, we really need to curate a training ground that equips our multi-stakeholder network with the blockchain law education needed to chart the path forward towards a prosperous future for all, not just the privileged few. And we're already seeing tremendous support and inbound interest from lawmakers, policy enforcement agencies, and ESG leaders around the world who want to work with us to bridge that education, legal, and policy gap between blockchain and ESG. So since our founding in February of last year, we've already hosted trainings with over a dozen different regulatory bodies, including the SF Controller's Office, the National Association of Attorneys General, the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation, the California Department of Motor Vehicles, and the Federal Public Defender of Northern District of California, just to name a few. And that's going to continue to expand as the necessity of education will always be the root of how we're going to accelerate the industry in a responsible, pro-social, of course, direction. So as we wrap up this segment, some key takeaways for you. And again, I'll just kind of bundle them up to make it a little bit more digestible. At a practical level, we spoke a little bit very briefly about greenwashing and skewed impact investing, the former of which was actually discussed earlier in the program. They've both contributed to growing concerns from regulators around the world about ESG practices. At a high level, our current geopolitical, macroeconomic, and regulatory scheme have all further complicated matters, but also demonstrate the importance that improved accountability, transparency, universal consensus on best practices, accessibility, and of course, integrity all have on the future of ESG. And second bundle of a takeaway, although we are at the nascent stages of seeing the potential blockchain can bring to ESG, we've learned that there are projects out there that we at the Blockchain Law for Social Good Center have researched, assessed, and collaborated with, and are growing our repository around in an effort to enable innovation that is systems driven, pro-social, and closes the gap of understanding between stakeholders when it comes to realizing blockchain's positive impact journey across environment, social, and governance domains. So with that, thank you so much all for bearing with me, for all of your attention, and a big thanks to EY for providing this space for such important topics to be explored at this convening. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan, very much for such an inspiring keynote. And we're moving on forward, and in this occasion, we're moving rather backwards to our previous speaker who managed to sort out his technical issues. And we welcome Tyler Morey, co-founder and CEO of Upside Co-op, who will discuss the value of distributed ownership. As Upside Co-op leader, Tyler is dedicated to innovating shared ownership for business value creation. Let's explore the challenges and opportunities of incorporating distributed ownership in various settings. Over to you, Tyler.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, sorry everybody. Glad I could make it regardless. Just to get started, a little introduction. I'm Tyler Morey, right? CEO, founder, Upside Co-op. You're going to hear a little bit about valuation here. That is my background. I did business valuation for many years, and I like to think of things in terms of valuation theory, and that's why we're going to talk about the value of ownership. So just to get started, I want to do a more broad, almost esoteric view on the value of ownership, what it actually means, because I think that is incredibly important as we begin to understand how it can be used, especially in a business setting. Then we're going to step in and talk a little bit more about cooperatives, what they're good for, and why they can be one of the greatest, in my mind, ways in which we can start practicing distributed ownership in a way that benefits not only the people participating, but the businesses that participate as well. So just to get started, I want to talk a little bit about the stories of ownership that we've all heard. I think that through Silicon Valley and through stock options that we've heard a lot of stories about people who you wouldn't expect, right? They're not employees, and it comes from very different settings, but people do make a lot of money, and we'll be honest, that's kind of the thing that interests a lot of us, right? When we hear these stories about ownership, we gravitate towards viewing it through the lens of a character and through a person, right? Because as humans, we like to hear that. And so I think just wanted to go through a couple of examples here that I think are incredible, starting with Eric Martin and Jet.com. So Eric, insurance agent, participated in the Jet.com's referral program that they did pre-launch, right? Where they set up a share for a share program. And this title, I think, says it all. It says, why this insurance agent spent $18,000 to invest in a startup that will take on Amazon. I'd like everyone to remember that title. That's a title pulled directly from an article online. We'll dig into it later. It's kind of it's just funny how we talk about that story. But what's incredible is Eric made $20 million when Walmart did acquire Jet.com only 2 years later. David Cho, if anyone's heard this story as well, David's an artist and was offered the opportunity to paint Facebook's Palo Alto office. I was offered $60,000 and offered either to take it in cash or stock. And there's a lot more to that story, but he did end up taking it in stock. What that meant is that when Facebook IPO'd, his shares more or less valued at around $200 million, right? We can see that ownership is transformative for many people, and it has been over time. Let's take a step back, though, and look just a little deeper at what ownership actually means and what it's meant for humanity, for the economy over the course of civilization. So let's talk a little bit going real far back, to 1500. I think this might be the wrong chart, but in 1500, private ownership that was introduced, right? We went from feudalism and royalty and hierarchy owning everything to giving the opportunity to the person creating value to own the value that they were creating, right? To run their own business, to own their own land that they farmed. What did we see? We saw an absolutely incredible increase in the value of the economy and the output of the economy immediately after. If we look here as well with the employee stock options, right? In 1950, and a great story is about the Trader's 8 and their view on ownership and leaving Fairchild and eventually starting their own companies. They integrated employee stock options deeply into the entire business model. What that did was it brought talent in technology from across the world, but specifically the tech centers of the time, Boston, New York, the East Coast, all going to Silicon Valley to be a part of the thing that they were actually creating. And as we started opening up ownership, not just with founders, business owners in the first place, but now to employees and the others who are creating a piece of that value, we see an incredible rise in productivity. We see an incredible rise in the value of the economy. So just going back a little bit, talking about Jet.com, I want to talk about the business side of this, right? Like, yes, we know Eric's story. He made $20 million, but what Eric did and what many people did when they participated in that referral program, it created an immense amount of value for Jet.com, for a business. And I think that if we can't make sure that we pay attention to both sides of these stories, we're not going to recognize how valuable distributing ownership actually can be. So just looking at a few of these statistics from jet.com, initially the idea was shared as, we're going to do a share for a share program. Someone refers somebody, we can give them a share, right? In the end, that just under regulatory and tax related matters and the even administrative burden of being able to handle all of those grants really isn't possible. It wasn't possible at the time, right? So what that morphed into was the top 10 referrers would get shares. Within this program, they ended up getting 350,000 signups before they actually launched. Right now, I just pausing for a second. That is an outrageous amount of growth that happened very quickly and before a product was even out. That illustrates the value of ownership, the value of people being able to take ownership of the thing that they are doing, the value that they are creating, because they know that they do get to, and in this case, even potentially get to, on the other end, capture some of that value, right? The article talks about Eric spending to invest, right? If we look at that more as a job, right? A job maybe where he was just being paid in equity, just like many employees are, right? He spent $18,000 of his own money. He went out and got paid ads on Google and other places on Facebook, I believe, and worked. He did a lot of work, and I'm sure that he drove quite a few signups. Don't have the exact number, but for Jet.com, it's incredible that you can galvanize people to do something so quickly, so rapidly, and with such dedication. All of that led to Jet.com being acquired 2 years later for $3 billion, right? That it in such a short amount of time, with so many signups and such high usage, a lot can be credited to the fact that they did a referral program that did pay people in equity. Ford, another great example, and it's a little older too, but in 1914, they introduced the $5 a day wage, right? That also included profit sharing with the employees. Now, I think many of us have seen a lot of the studies being done, with ESOPs, employee stock ownership plans or purchase plans. There are quite a few statistics that show that yes, ownership increases the amount of productivity, the amount of value created, and it's something that we all generally do understand. One of the most incredible things here, though, is, and I want to highlight this, during that period that they started doing profit sharing with the employees, the Model T build time went from 12 and a half hours to 1.5 hours. Letting that sink in for a minute, how much faster, how quickly they were able to completely change the entire build process is incredible. And we need to make sure we give credit to the fact that when people do get to participate in the value they're creating, they just create more, right? It has a huge effect on the business as much as it does on the person receiving that ownership. So moving over here, we're going to talk just quickly about a few statistics out there, and talking specifically about customers for a second, because customers are something that we don't often think of as a stakeholder group that is going to get ownership, right? There's a study out of Columbia Business School in partnership with Bumped, another financial app, showed that in certain circumstances, customers who received equity, who were granted it through a stock rewards platform and through Bumped, the platform, they doubled their spend over the next year. That was measured in weekly spend, but it is quite incredible how much more people are willing to spend when they feel like they are a part of something and they have that sense of belonging. That sense of belonging also drives referrals pretty significantly. 58% increase in the rate of referrals from a customer when they do have that sense of ownership, and the ROI on that equity that was granted being 2,000%, 20x, $1 specifically to $22 in increased brand spend. It's quite incredible how much value this can create for a business. If we talk about employee ownership, studies have shown that productivity doubles. That when you look at the return on assets and you look at employee stock owned or employee owned firms versus non-employee owned firms, the return on assets is higher on average and in many instances very significantly with employee owned firms versus non-employee owned firms. And retention as well is quite a bit higher. I think another interesting thing here is that the value of the retention is 95 to 275% above the cost of the grant. And then another quick statistic on workers that we also all recognize as doing and creating a lot of value for companies. We think about the gig economy, the sharing economy, your Uber drivers, your Airbnb hosts, that they're another group that does not really have access to ownership right now. But they are even then more traditionally viewed, somewhat as an employee. So there is a huge disconnect here, in the way that we are using ownership, the way that we are sharing it. And it is, in my belief, it is limiting our economic potential, not just as a company, but as a society in general. That statistic being that 63% of gig workers did prefer equity over cash when working with startups on Fiverr. That's from a 2019 Fiverr study. So we're going to take a minute. I think I just went a little too fast on that deck, but we do that polling question. And I think that might pull up on your screens. We'll give it a second, and if that shows up after the fact, and I didn't get it, so there we go. That's what happens when you have audio problems when you try and get started. Yeah. All right. So let's talk about blockchain, Web3, DAOs, and cooperatives, right? Finally get into blockchain and what this whole thing is about for a second. I'd like to start off and just say, I do think they solve each other's problems. If you were viewing yesterday, my colleague James Wigington from Oric also spoke about this and spoke about cooperatives and what we find to be the beautiful marriage between the technology and this model being cooperatives. So problems with traditional cooperatives, which I think is an interesting thing that we should note. Cooperatives, by nature of the industries that do use them, being agriculture, small workers cooperatives, and small businesses, they are not technology forward. Although cooperatives are more or less focused on transparency and governance, they do not have effective tools for that. They are democratically owned, they're democratically governed, but in the end, it is very difficult to engage all of the cooperative members in participating in the governance of the business and actually feeling the level of ownership that they have. We believe that DAOs do solve this problem, and more specifically that blockchain and digital assets can solve this problem. So problems with Web3 and DAOs, which is something that I think many of us are strongly familiar with as an asset industry. There are many, very specific pressing issues, especially around regulatory clarity and ownership and what people actually own. There's much of a focus on investment and a focus on capital formation. But when we focus on investment and capital formation rather than value creation, what we run into is issues where maybe we aren't protecting the consumer effectively. The consumers generally do provide quite a bit of value just from their participation, just from the value of their consumption in general. Things that we should be looking at as the value that they're creating that can be captured through shared ownership not just through additional investment, right? Like they are already spending a lot of their money, their time with a brand, buying these products and services, and to look towards raising additional capital from them can create issues. And I do believe that's why we face a lot of regulatory uncertainty in this industry. Regulation can help, but most importantly is shifting our focus from just capital investment to being participation based, to how much people use protocols, to how much people purchase and leverage services. The level of their participation should be considered a lot more in how we distribute and how we look at ownership. Yeah, as James, I mentioned, I like to borrow a phrase from him, but cooperatives are participation obsessed organizations. That's what he likes to say. What that means is that cooperatives do focus 100% on the participation that a member of a cooperative has with the business is what they get in equivalent ownership, is what they get in their governance ability at times as well. So leading into that, would like to just mention quickly this white paper that we published, Upside Co-op, me and a couple of my co-founders, as well as James at Oric and the team at KPMG, focused on cooperatives as a model for ownership in digital networks. This outlines exactly what we are talking about here, which is that participation is incredibly important as we go forward, and that cooperatives do provide a great path for us to not only achieve potential regulatory paths, but more importantly, focusing on the core thesis that the first principles of regulation in the first place, which is protecting the consumer, which we believe that using cooperatives, we can do that. We can protect the consumer more. So let's talk first about cooperatives as a value capture mechanism, because I think this is incredibly interesting. As I mentioned, my background in valuation, my background playing with capitalization tables and looking at ownership structures for many years. I'm a bit of a nerd about it these days. And when I originally found the cooperative, it really blew my mind in the flexibility, and just in the end, it becomes almost a completely different type of entity because of the way that it operates with ownership and democratic governance. To be more specific, digging in, technology companies on average, they will issue employee options. They'll do that once a quarter, if not less. Really depends on how often board meetings happen, right? You need board approval to issue employee options. Yet technology companies are still issuing ownership much more frequently in comparison to most businesses, especially small, locally owned businesses who often don't have the know-how or the ability to engage in employee ownership itself because of their size. Cooperatives, on the other hand, are quite incredible because they track ownership based on participation, as I've said. In the world, we call that patronage. What that means is that for some cooperatives, I like to use the example of REI, which is a company that many know, and many of us are probably also members of REI. That ownership structure changes every single day. It changes every transaction that is made at every store across the globe. Every time a customer who is a member spends money on a qualified product, that is changing who owns what within that entity. In comparison to these traditional organizations, traditional C Corps or LLCs, partnerships vary especially as well. It's quite incredible, this concept of a dynamic cap table, how quickly and how efficiently value can be redistributed based off of value that is coming in from these members, right? So just landing on this point here, cooperatives do have dynamic cap tables, and it does make an incredible solution for broad-based value capture. And what I mean by that is for allowing a broad base of stakeholders to participate in the value capture of that value that they are creating. So without digging too deep into the paper that we wrote, I'd like to just take a second and look at how this actually could work, right? How could a company leverage the value of a cooperative and this distributed ownership structure that it has to engage with new and unique stakeholders they have not been able to before with distributed ownership. So I think a better way to frame this is less from the company to, and let's use consumers as an example right now, but the company to the consumer's end, and more starting bottom up with the consumers, right? The cooperative is not for the company necessarily, right? The cooperative is for the members. It is for the consumers. The point of a cooperative is so that people can come together for their own mutual benefit, right? It's so that members can come together and achieve economies of scale. It is so they can get access to products and services they could not have access to before. And yeah, under the traditional definition of why a cooperative is formed, this is exactly what it should be formed for. So within that context, a cooperative should be formed by and for the members, being the consumers. But when those stakeholders and these various stakeholders can formalize their relationships with each other and then with the company through this cooperative that is created, they can create and now capture immense value for themselves as stakeholders and for the company as well, as we've talked about. So just talking for a second about the different kinds of stakeholders, the ones that we have seen previously, broad usage of a shared ownership with those stakeholder groups, and then many where we have not, right? Employees often get ownership, less so service providers, independent contractors, or even companies, right? As a valuation expert, I did see quite a few deals where equity was being given to a law firm here or to an outsourced development company here. These are generally one-off instances, and much of the reason why that does happen is because the process for issuing ownership right now is, for lack of a better word, it's clunky, and it is difficult for us to spend the amount of time that it can take months, it can take thousands of dollars, and then it is not very dynamic. Even then, it is difficult to make adjustments, make amendments, and that is why, in the end, it limits us to who we can use, who we can engage with, and that is why it is difficult for service providers, as well with advisor networks. Advisor networks at early stage startups, as an example, maybe you have 5, maybe you have 10. Some long tail of startups have 20, 30, 40 advisors in their network, and they, in the end, the reason is because they're taking on a significant financial burden, they're taking on a significant administrative burden. What the co-op does is it is able to abstract that out. It allows a company and stakeholder groups to say, we will engage with the company through a single transaction, right? We will do equity 1-for-1. This is going to come from the company to the co-op, a single grant, a single agreement, and then the co-op itself will manage it for all of the members, right? That takes away all of the burden, the administrative, the tax, and everything else off of the company. It takes it on for the members and the cooperative stakeholders, so that this sort of thing can start happening, so that we can start accessing ownership much better. This is what DAOs have tried to do in many instances. This is what NFT projects and utility tokens and governance tokens have all been built around. It is trying to get distributed ownership out there and to do it effectively. The co-op does this by affording legal protections to these members in a way that most do not have right now. The narrative has shifted a little, especially with NFT projects, to what is actually owned when one owns an NFT. Let's say a profile picture NFT. And in the end, the company does own all of that value that's created through the brand. The holder of the NFT does not. And what we're looking for here is not just getting regulatory clarity. It is not just honestly, trying to follow the law. This is also about the lack of distributed ownership and real distributed ownership, and the fact that NFT holders are the ones who go out and take to Twitter and use it as their profile picture and create this brand that then has value, that then can be sold. It is the fact that they do create a lot of the value that is in that brand, and right now we don't have mechanisms that allow us to give that value that is created to them and allow those members of a stakeholder group to capture that value. So just 2 seconds on Upside Co-op. What we do in our approach to this is we want to be that co-op for those stakeholder groups, the ones who don't have access to and are unable to capture any of the value that they're creating. We are a startup and we are a cooperative. We work together and make ownership accessible, enabling brands and their communities to grow together. What this means is using ownership as a way to supercharge stakeholder groups, to supercharge employee performance even, because ownership can now be much more dynamic and easier to use. It doesn't have to be time-based. It's not about how long you stay only. It can be about what you're actually able to accomplish as an employee. It can change how gig and platform work is done, how much ownership they feel over the work that they do, and for the companies and brands that they work on the platform for. It can change ambassador programs. It can even change loyalty and reward programs, right? That customers, and this is a novel concept, but that they could have ownership in the brand that they create because their loyalty does enable the brand to accrete value over time. So as we're getting here to the end, we're taking another polling question. I'm reading through this here. Why is dynamic ownership structure one of the most interesting aspects of a cooperative? There are no wrong answers. My answer is number 5. It's because I'm a valuation nerd. And we'll give a second there. So just quick conclusion, spreading ownership is good for people and it is good for businesses. Cooperatives present a promising and unique path towards making that ownership possible, accessible, and dynamic. There are ways that we can use them today to improve anyone's business. I hope everyone had a chance to learn a little bit about ownership, the value of it, how cooperatives and Web3 can marry to create a new paradigm, a new way of sharing, distributing ownership, making it more accessible, and that it is generally good for business. Anyways, thanks everybody for the time, EY, for the incredible summit, and thank you.
And that concludes our day 2 of the summit. So thank you very much, Tyler, for a very enlightening and interesting presentation. We hope you enjoyed the sessions and gained valuable insights from our esteemed speakers. A big thank you to all of our presenters for sharing their expertise with us today. Remember, this virtual adventure is far from over. We invite you to join us for day 3 and day 4, focusing on financial services, technology, and new products. Don't forget to collect your day 2 NFT through the QR code coming up on the screen shortly. Thank you for your participation, and we'll see you tomorrow for another exciting day at the summit. Stay curious, keep learning, and enjoy the rest of your day.